Fairly. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning. This is the time and place for the California Public Utility Commission's en banc hearing on winter natural gas market conditions and the impacts of natural gas prices on electricity markets. My name is Luan Tesfaye, and I serve as the CPUC's Deputy Executive Director for Energy and Climate Policy. In this role, I serve as the head of the CPUC's Energy Division. I would like to thank all of the CPUC, California Education Commissioners, and CAISO CEO for joining us on the dais today. I would also like to thank all of our panelists and members of the public for your participation in today's en banc. The purpose of our en banc is to discuss the recent high natural gas prices that have been present throughout the West this winter. We have already started to see the human impact of these prices in customer bills that have skyrocketed due to these gas commodity costs. So the Commission has responded quickly by directing the utilities to enhance customer communications starting back in mid-December, and last week the acceleration of the California Climate Credit from the state's cap and trade program. We are leaving no stone unturned to address this crisis. Through the diverse panels we have curated for today's hearing, we will be examining possible drivers of these prices and impacts on electricity, while also exploring potential measures to mitigate the impact of natural gas and electric market volatility. I would also like to specifically thank the following staff for preparing this important event: Christina Abajian, Jean Spencer, Bruce Kaneshiro, Molly Sturkle, Michelle Quito, Lynn Mosley, Simon Baker, Robert Stanford, Joe Haga, Terry Prosper, and Allison Brown. With that, I want to turn things over to our MC for the day, Christina Abajian, a senior regulatory analyst on our gas policy and reliability team. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you so much, Luan, and thank you for everyone for joining us at our en banc today. Next slide, please. One more, thank you. Perfect. Before I turn the proverbial mic over to President Reynolds and the rest of the dais, I just wanted to go over some quick logistics for today's meeting. So the agenda and presentations are available on our website at the URL link shown here. There will be 3 panel discussions today, followed by a 15-minute Q&A after each panel. Only moderators and dais members will have an opportunity to ask questions of the panelists. There will be an opportunity for public comment at the end of the en banc. To make a public comment during the public comment portion of the en banc, please call 800-857-1917, and the access code is 1767567#. If you wish to not make comments today, you may also email your comments directly to us. The email address is gaspolicy@cpuc.ca.gov. As a reminder, this en banc is being recorded. Next slide, please. So this slide is just some instructions for our participants today. Please mute yourself when you are not speaking. To self-mute, you may press *6. To unmute, please press *0, or you can press the mute button on your iPhone. For the members of the dais, if you have a question during the Q&A portion of each panel discussion, please utilize the raise hand function on WebEx and then unmute yourself when the moderator has called your name. With the panelists, if you would like to respond to a general question that's coming from the dais, please utilize the raise hand function and unmute yourself once you're called upon. With that, next slide, please. All right, it is now time for remarks from the dais, so I will turn it over to Commission President Reynolds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, and welcome to everyone who is joining us today. I wanted to start by thanking my fellow members of the dais and welcoming them to the workshop today. We have all 5 PUC commissioners here today, as well as California Energy Commission Chair David Hochschild, Vice Chair Siva Gunda, and Elliot Mainzer, the CEO of the California Independent System Operator. So welcome, everyone. As you heard from Ms. Tesfai's introduction, we're here today because wholesale natural gas prices have risen to alarming levels this winter. At the height of the gas price spike this past December 2022, the commodity natural gas price in Southern California was almost 8 times as much as the average price the previous December, and it also greatly exceeded prices in the rest of the country. Since these costs are passed directly to customer bills, the fact is that customers are really hurting here. And as we've heard at the CPUC voting meeting last week, people have experienced severe sticker shock on their energy bills, with average residential gas bills in Southern California increasing 2 to 2.5 times what they were compared to the same month a year ago. To provide immediate relief, the CPUC voted last week to accelerate a $90 to $120 energy bill credit to customers of PG&E, SDG&E, SoCalGas, and SCE, as well as to provide an expedited credit to customers of Bear Valley, Liberty, Pacific Core, and Southwest Gas. But we recognize that that was a short-term Band-Aid, and this is a longer-term problem. While the CPUC and neither the CPUC nor any other state agency here today regulates natural gas prices, which are determined entirely by the regional spot markets. This issue really is critical for ratepayer bill affordability going forward, and because of that, we've rapidly convened this en banc to get to the bottom of what's going on here. Today, market experts will discuss some of the known drivers of the price spikes, including exceptionally cold weather early in the winter season, outages on multiple interstate pipelines, and limitations to natural gas storage. Panelists will also be exploring other possible drivers behind these unprecedented natural gas price spikes, because frankly, we don't know all of the pieces of the puzzle, and this issue is critically important and needs to be examined further. Finally, I want to stress that we need to be mindful that we are undertaking a really monumental transition in California to decarbonize our economy right now, which means transitioning away from our dependence on gas. There are a lot of complex interactions here between gas and electricity usage and impacts to customer bills, and we need to be considering the big picture when we think about mitigation strategies. So I'll end with a thank you to the Energy Division staff that were previously mentioned by Ms. Tesfai, who stood up this en banc and lined up market experts, regulators, and advocates to speak today in really record time. This workshop was pulled together very quickly. And I would like to give a special thanks to Christina Abajian for the heavy lifting and for moderating this event, as well as Gulam Tesfai for doing so much of the organization. And with that, I will turn to the other commissioners on the dais, starting with the CPUC commissioners, for anyone who would like to make some opening remarks. Let's see, I'll go first to Commissioner Sharma.
Thank you, President Reynolds. Good morning. I'm also very appreciative of the team that has put together this en banc, all the speakers and panelists who will be educating us today and fielding our questions. It is very important that the CPUC and our sister agencies conduct this en banc for fully understanding the root cause of the extraordinarily high wholesale natural gas prices. I'm glad that the Commission accelerated the climate credit last week towards helping Californians with high bills, especially low-income utility customers. I'm also glad that the Governor has asked the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to investigate the soaring prices. Meanwhile, I'm looking forward to hearing what more we do here in California, and also want to remind the viewing audience that there are customer programs for low-income customers for discounts. There are rules for disconnections. There are monies that are being pushed out through something called arrearages towards helping to defray bills that where customers have fallen behind. And we also have some programs for looking at spreading out bills so that they are more manageable. With that, thank you, and back to you, President Reynolds.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharma. Let's see, I'll go next to Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, President Reynolds. Appreciate your comments, and and Commissioner Sharma's, and I just wanted to add that this is a really important topic. I'll be listening closely to the discussion. I really appreciate Energy Division and the long test phase efforts to pull together this fantastic en banc and day of panelists and speakers. As the governor noted in his letter, it's concerning that as we look at the many factors that clearly are contributing to high natural gas prices, it's just really very difficult to understand what the factors are that have led to this extensive a price spike. And so I'll be listening really with great interest to the discussion of causes, and also, I think it's incumbent on all of us to just try to understand how we can protect consumers against these kinds of dynamics today and into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Commissioner Houck. Commissioner Houck, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Reynolds. I want to thank our staff, especially Christina Abanaji and Luam Tesfai, as well as Molly Sturkle, Michelle Keto, and Bruce Kanashiro for all of their work in expediting and making this en banc happen so quickly. I want to thank Robert Stanford and Lynn Mosley for providing IT support today. I concur with the comments of my fellow commissioners, and just want to recognize, given the dire situation and the unusually high gas prices, that I recognize and support the governor's request to federal regulators to investigate the causes and activities that are driving the ongoing elevated prices in the Western gas market. And today, I hope we can explore options to bring stability to an unregulated gas commodity market and prevent price volatility, thereby ensuring stable and affordable utility gas prices for Californians. And the first step is, I think, today's en banc to listen and to hear from those that are going to be presenting today. So I want to again thank all the panelists for being here, and I will be carefully listening to the presentations today. And with that, we'll close my remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, President Reynolds. I will echo the thanks of my colleagues to PUC staff for putting on this en banc so quickly, as well as responding so quickly to the price spike and bill spikes that we're seeing to provide some relief to Californians through the climate credit. Thank you to my colleagues both on the dais here from the PUC, from CAISO, and from the Energy Commission for their attendance and focus on the impacts that these prices are having on Californians. It's really not hyperbole to say that a bill price spike of this amount puts Californians in a position where they've got to make some really tough choices about what bills they can pay and what they can afford for their families. I think that today's discussion is really important. I'm looking forward to further evaluation of some of the key market drivers. I also think that there are a couple of lessons that I'm really keen on the gas utilities taking home and to heart. First, I think there's an important question about how we can protect ourselves from the vulnerability we have to the natural gas commodity market. And I think that that's a long-term question that we should all be focused on. And second, and really importantly, I think that gas utilities have a lot of room to improve how they communicate with their customers. I think that when we look at other types of services that Californians rely on, you know in advance how much you're going to be paying for those. I think that utilities and utilities more broadly should really be thinking about how they could communicate much more proactively with their customers about an impending spike so their customers can take action in advance, like reducing their thermostat, like reducing the temperature on their hot water heaters. I'm really looking forward to how we can all collaborate on making that a reality so that Californians have a chance to take action before they get their bills in their mail and see some of the shocking prices. Thank you so much. Back to you, President Reynolds.
Thank you. I'll now turn to fellow members of the dais. Let's start with, is Chair Hochschild on? I can't see you.
He is on, but only by audio, having a WebEx issue. But you're not missing much. I've been told I have a great face for radio here. So
Wonderful.
I wanted to just begin by thanking President Reynolds, you and your team for leadership in pulling together this important conversation about how we can best protect Californians from these price spikes. Thanks to Luam Tesfaye and all of my colleagues at the PUC, as well as Energy Commission Vice Chair Siva Gunda for all his work. There's obviously many forces that are kind of conspiring to drive up prices right now, including the war in Ukraine and the cold snap, among other things. And so it's a great moment to come together and explore what else we can do differently. I do want to stress there are some things that we need to continue doing. We rank number one in the United States on energy efficiency, and that's something we have to maintain to avoid waste and additional costs for ratepayers. And we're absolutely committed to do that and continue to decarbonize, but look forward to exploring all the other things we can do to best protect Californians. Look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you. Turning now to Vice Chair Gunda.
Thank you, President Reynolds. Also want to extend my thanks to the staff, specifically Luam, Tesfaye, and Christina Bajian, and all the energy division staff that work in natural gas and specifically work collaboratively with the Energy Commission. So a big thanks to everybody for helping pull this en banc together. And to you, President Reynolds, and all the commissioners at PUC for the comments you just noted. I just want to reiterate all the points that you made are extremely important, and just recognizing that we are in this energy transition, in this moment of ambitious climate goals, and as we go through this inflection and transition of the climate goals, it is extraordinarily important for us, whether it's petroleum, natural gas, electricity, and also the combination and the interactive effects of all of those things, to ensure that we are, as a state, all the stakeholders, the agencies are providing additional transparency and communication to people to understand how exactly we are transitioning and what the implications are. And it becomes more important that we have those answers today. So looking forward to learning for this en banc. Thank you so much for including CEC on this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now turn to Mr. Mainzer for any opening comments you'd like to make.
Thank you, President Reynolds and Chair Hochschild and all the staff that will pull today's en banc meeting together. The CAISO really appreciates the opportunity to be part of this, I think, very important discussion. I think, like everyone here today, we are very concerned with the high natural gas and electricity prices that have been occurring across California and the West since December and through the new year, and also very sensitive and concerned about the impacts of these higher prices on both gas and electricity customers. So we've been, since December, we've actually had an internal strike team stood up where we've been closely monitoring the impacts of high gas prices on the electric market prices and wholesale electricity costs, and we're going to continue to do that as the winter progresses. We've also tried to make transparent how gas prices are impacting electricity markets through regular reporting, including the report we provided to the CPUC just this past week. And these data and observations will hopefully help inform policy and investment choices. Members of my CAISO team have also met several times with several staff members and groups at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to discuss natural gas markets in the Western United States and the conditions that may be affecting natural gas prices. And we've also, of course, been engaging consistently with the CPUC, the Energy Commission, and other entities to identify the main factors that are driving high gas prices and to identify potential solutions. So we remain in touch with FERC and others in the regulatory community with responsibility for ensuring that rates remain just and reasonable. And of course, the CAISO stands ready to work with California agencies as well as other state utility commissions and entities throughout the West on this very important and timely issue. So thanks again for the opportunity to participate today.
Thank you. And that concludes remarks from the dais. So I'll turn back to you, Christina.
Thank you, President Reynolds. Francisco, can we show the slides? Thank you. Perfect. Before I introduce our moderator for the first panel, I did just want to know if you have joined us via Admin Monitor and you are having audio or video difficulties, please send us an email. It's help@adminmonitor.com. That information is also located on the bottom of the Admin Monitor page. Thank you. All right, with that, I'd like to introduce Jean Spencer, who is going to moderate our first panel of the day. Jean is a supervisor with the CPUC's Energy Division. Jean, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Christina. Next slide, please. So before I jump into the panel, I just wanted to take a minute to set the stage. Next slide, please. And as everyone's been saying, the gas prices in the West have been very high. This has really been a situation of gas prices sort of west of the Rockies. This figure shows the prices from November 1st, which is the start of the gas winter, their actual prices through February 3rd, and then futures prices heading out into June. And futures prices are just what the market thinks prices are going to be. It's not a guarantee that they will actually be that price. So if you look at this figure, you can see that these prices are high across the West. It includes different gas hubs, which are listed here. There's the PG&E Citygate, the SoCal Citygate. Northwest Sumas is here at the border between Canada and Washington. Opal is in the southwest corner of Wyoming, El Paso, San Juan, and the northwest corner of New Mexico. All these gas hubs that you see in this chart were experiencing quite high prices in the last few months. Next slide, please. And I won't belabor this because people are very aware of what their bills have been like. This chart shows actual average bills for 2022 and forecasted bills for 2023. This has been January was particularly high in the SoCalGas service territory, where average bills were expected to be almost $300 and more than double where they had been the previous year. In the PG&E service territory, they're about 30% higher. Heading into February, they will be lower. They're expected to be lower than January, but still significantly higher than last year. Next slide, please. So among the questions that we asked all of the panelists, were we asked them to comment on the analysis that's been provided by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And they put out 2 posts on the high gas prices in the West, and they came to the same conclusions both times. They said the drivers were widespread below normal temperatures, high natural gas consumption, lower natural gas flows from Canada, pipeline constraints, including maintenance in West Texas, and low natural gas storage levels in the Pacific region. So we've asked all the panelists to consider this analysis as they're preparing their response, kind of indicate whether they agree that this is correct, whether they think it's correct that there's some more nuance that we should all understand, or whether there's points where they diverge from this analysis. So with that, we'll move into the panel. I just want to note that we have a lot of panelists, so I'm going to give very abbreviated bios for everyone. But if you would like to see their full bio, they will be posted on the website. So I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, Aleecia Gutierrez, who is the director of the California Energy Commission's Energy Assessments Division, which forecasts and assesses energy demand and supply. Aleecia?
Good morning. As Jane said, I'm Aleecia Gutierrez. I'm the director of the Energy Assessments Division at CEC, and appreciate the invitation to participate in today's en banc and for the opportunity to present information on natural gas prices in the West over these recent winter months. That's the topic of today's en banc. I look forward to hearing the perspectives and insights shared today. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide. There we go. This slide sets the stage by providing a snapshot of the gas system in the western states and how gas flows into California. California imports about 90% of its natural gas from out-of-state sources, and this graphic shows a percentage breakdown, or actually it does not show, I'll tell you, the percentage breakdown of supplies from Northern American production basins. So California receives about 30% from Western Canada, 30% from the Rockies, 30% from San Juan Basin, and about 10% from West Texas Permian Basin. As you can see, California is dependent on gas imports and sits at the end of a pipeline network that transports the gas from these out-of-state sources. This makes California vulnerable to natural disaster, pipeline maintenance, or other outages and other events that could cut off or greatly reduce our natural gas supplies. Next slide, please. This graphic focuses in on the topic of today, showing the pricing situation in California and compares average gas prices at California hubs to prices at Henry Hub, which is the national benchmark in Louisiana, over the past 2 winters. The solid lines show the prices for winter 2022 to 2023, and the dotted lines show prices for winter 2021 to 2022. The key takeaways here are prices for California began to climb in early November, as Jean was pointing out, and started climbing more rapidly towards the end of that month. Prices hit a peak of $53.11 per MMBTU on December 22nd. This was 7 times higher than Henry Hub on that date. Next slide, please. We gain perspective on what has been happening with prices in California by comparing to other price hubs in the West and greater United States. This graphic shows some key takeaways that are price spikes were not unique to California. Prices throughout the West and Southwest were elevated during November 2022 through January 2023, with December prices being the highest. And comparing Western U.S. with the rest of the country shows that Eastern hubs like Chicago and Boston had much lower prices and did not experience the same price surge. Kingsgate, which is the main delivery point for Canadian gas to California, is a Western hub that did experience a price spike in December, but has since come down to normal range in January. Next slide, please. This slide is just the same data as slide 4 in a map graphic, giving you a visual perspective on locations with price comparisons for each month at each location. This map gives us some perspective that price spikes were seen in the Western region and impacted neighboring states. Next slide, please. This slide presents information about intrastate and interstate pipelines that supply gas to California. The map also shows the approximate location of the EPNG Line 2000 explosion that occurred in August 2021, which impacted supplies to Southern California. I will share some observations and trends regarding pipelines and capacity in California. The state's pipeline system has remained relatively unchanged in the last 10 years, and many pipelines in California are over 50 years old. Southwest Gas stopped deliveries in California in 2019 due to lack of business, but this did not notably impact supplies to California. In recent years, several pipelines that supply natural gas to California experienced unplanned maintenance events in addition to their planned maintenance. For example, EPNG was severely hit when Line 2000 suffered an explosion in 2021, resulting in loss of capacity throughout that segment. The explosion resulted in a loss of 591 BCF per day of capacity through the area and a loss of total delivery capacity to Ehrenberg of 21%, or 468 BCF per day. It is key to note that the posted available delivery capacity at Ehrenberg is 1,779 BCF per day if all shippers along EPNG South Main Line decided to deliver to Ehrenberg. The pipeline is still out of service, although repairs are complete and repressurization plans are pending approval. 5 additional force majeure events happened on the EPNG gas system that delivers gas to California from November 18th to December 19th, 2022. All but one has been resolved as of January 31st, 2023. Some other notable pipeline events that affected pipeline capacity include Transwestern's force majeure event on November 15th to 21st, resulting in a loss of 1,195 MMCF per day of capacity. Gas Transmission Northwest maintenance at Kingsgate in December reduced capacity through the compressor station by 8%. BC Pipeline experienced unplanned maintenance events, reducing capacity to 70% of normal capacity at different times throughout December 2022. An unplanned maintenance event severely impacted the takeaway capacity in the Permian Basin, was severely impacted November through December 2022. Natural gas produced in the basin could not get out to the market, which resulted in prices at Waha Hub, West Texas, to drop and even become negative at different times. Next slide, please. The top two graphs in this slide compare PG&E and SoCalGas storage for the last 2 winters and show that storage volumes are lower for both utilities. The bottom graph shows volumes of independently owned storage facilities. These volumes are also shown. We have some general observations about storage trends in California. Storage capacity increased in California from 2005 to 2015, according to EIA data. It has been flat since 2015, except for Aliso Canyon. CalGEM regulations went into effect in 2018, which implemented new safety rules for gas utilities regarding inspection and testing schedules and pipeline construction and maintenance. PG&E reclassified 50 MMCF of natural gas from working gas to base gas. Base gas is used to keep pressure up in a storage field and not used in injection withdrawal operations, thus is not available for use. Next slide, please. So our observations for this winter are natural gas prices have been volatile in the West, notably in California in the past couple of months. The eastern U.S. did not experience the same price volatility. Prices increased at the end of November and peaked on December 22nd, which was 7.6 times higher than Henry Hub. Prices seem to be trending lower in the past couple of weeks, but are still high compared to previous winters. California gas prices are about two times higher than Henry Hub as of January 31st, 2023, but still trending downward. A combination of factors contributed to these higher winter prices, including cold weather in the West, higher gas demand for heating was required, interruptions to supply, as I mentioned, the pipeline maintenance such as Line 2000, lower storage volumes in California, and as noted earlier, the West also saw record high natural gas usage for electric generation due to the lack of alternative resources. These challenges highlight the importance of energy agencies examining the gas-electric interconnections further. Next slide, please. Collaborative planning efforts provide a pathway for addressing challenges with and reducing vulnerability to high gas prices. As part of the CEC's 2023 IPRO process, the CEC will hold public workshops to tee up gas planning issues, including prices and affordability. The CEC will also continue to work collaboratively with other energy agencies on both near-term and long-term strategies that will help manage overall system costs. And I believe that is it for me. I will now turn it back to Gillian to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Aleecia. Next up is Rodger Schwecke, who is the Senior Vice President and Chief Infrastructure Officer for SoCalGas. Go ahead, Rodger.
Yeah, thanks, Gillian. Good morning, everyone. Let's go to the next slide, please. I kind of want to cover some high-level points, and I'll dig a little deeper into a few topics. You know, when we look at our investment in infrastructure, operations, and maintenance, we strive to uphold several main principles: safety, reliability, affordability, and efficiency for our customers. As a prudent operator, you try to plan for every reasonable eventuality. And our goal is to always uphold system integrity. Against this backdrop, as we go into a winter, we want to have certainty that our pipeline infrastructure and storage facilities are prepared for what the winter might bring us. And in this winter, they were prepared. When I look at our pipeline system, our capacity to receive gas from the out-of-state, that was mentioned earlier, we get 95% of our gas from out-of-state. But we were at a 5-year high. And I'm really proud of my team and what they've done to bring that pipeline capacity and maintain that pipeline capacity to be able to do that. When you look at our storage inventories, they were at a 6-year high. And I'll get a little more into that. The level we had going into the winter on November 1st, the start of the winter season, we were at the highest level. And with CPUC approval, there's some other things that we might be able to do. For example, and I'll get a little more, increasing the authorization and use of Aleecia Canyon, pipeline enhancement, compressor station modernization, and ultimately on a longer-term basis, Angeles Link. Now, in the short term and near term, we've been utilizing a wide variety of tools with the CPUC's assistance. Help customers navigate this unusual period with early and frequent communications. Our communications on winter preparedness start back in October. Promoting energy efficiency, bill assistance through our payment plans, a gas assistance fund, and as was mentioned, the recently approved acceleration of the climate credit from later in the year to earlier in the year to give customers immediate relief. While we procure gas for our core customers, both for SoCalGas and San Diego Gas and Electric, to support reliability and affordability, the long-standing policy of decoupling removes the direct connection between commodity sales and utility profits. Now, commodity sales are set on a regional and national level, and we don't mark up, SoCalGas does not mark up the cost of energy it purchases on behalf of its customers. I want to stress one thing. The importance of reliable and unrestricted gas infrastructure cannot be overstated. Building and maintaining infrastructure is critical to the reliability and affordability of energy. Gas infrastructure, including pipelines, compressors, storage facilities, need to be maintained to help gas and electric service reliability during peak periods of demands and to mitigate price volatility. That's not only the winter, but also it looks at summer. So if we go to the next slide, please. This shows, basically depicts our system with what we like to call as our zones. And these are zones where we have certain receipt points, and that's interconnections with interstate pipelines, and pipelines on our system that somewhat interact with each other. And you have capacity limitations for the entire zones. I want to point out one area, the southern zone, which is really critical. I'll get a little more left on that. But again, natural gas storage and local reliability help mitigate prices and provide the reliability. So as we go in, we prioritize safety and first and foremost, and we try to maintain capacity. And as I mentioned, our receipt capacity, and that is capacity to bring gas from the interstate, at a 5-year high. Additional sources from Aleecia Canyon and our storage fields, help dampen the effect on price volatility. Let's go to the next slide, please. This slide will depict how much gas that was actually being delivered into our system on an annual basis, on a daily basis through the month of December. You can see it was fairly level. It did increase in some periods of time, but yet what I'd like to point out, this actually showed that there was capacity still available to bring gas in the system. Now, SoCalGas, we rely heavily on the El Paso system, especially that southern system that I mentioned, because that's the major pipeline that's connected to that system, and we don't have storage fields located on our southern system that we can work with. So the restriction on the El Paso pipeline really exacerbated the already tight condition in the southwest. Good news is El Paso completed the work and just recently posted that PHMSA approved them placing Line 2000 back in service at its original pressure, which is targeted for February 15th. Let's go on to the next slide. I want to highlight, when I looked at this storage, we talk about the EIA report, and this really shows that where SoCalGas, where we started, was above our 5-year average and above last year. But then you can see the drop that we had in the November and December timeframe, flattening out, and then continue for the remaining part of January. You know, as we turn to price volatility, EIA analysis listed several factors. Lower than normal temperatures in the west, reduced natural gas flows from the interstate pipelines, and below average storage levels. And this graph shows that we were actually above our historical levels, but it does also show how the weather depended and worked on storage. I would like to mention that there's also a purple line that you see there, which is a different potential maximum for Aleecia Canyon, and I'll touch on that as we go forward. So let's go to the next slide, as time is short. You know, the west and the cold temperature that EIA mentioned, and the increased demand on the west, you know, 23% higher core and commercial demand, you know, higher demand for electric generation. In our service territory alone, the average demand for November, December, and January averaged over 200 million cubic feet a day, more than the 5-year average. This is a graph that shows just how high demand was during the November 2022 period, and that required the pull on storage that I showed on the storage graphs. So let's go to the next slide, please. This then shows the December profile, and the December profile was really acute during the second and third week of December, where we saw some very cold temperatures, and where the withdrawals that we had from our storage field almost equated to 8 BCF withdrawal just during that 1 week and a half period. So you can see how going into the winter we were prepared. We were hit with colder than normal November weather, and then further colder than normal December weather. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, let's stay there. I just want to kind of touch on a couple things in looking forward. You know, in the near term, I talked about what we've done as far as communication, bill assistance programs, gas assistance fund, and the climate credit, which is great for that moving April to February, the climate credit for gas customers. You know, we donated $1 million to our gas assistance fund to help customers with their bills. Some of the other good news, as was mentioned, gas commodity rates for February have been reduced to about $11 a decatherm, which is much more in line with December's numbers. So, and when you look on a forward price basis, the prices are set to go down even farther in the coming months in March and April. And I would say current daily prices are probably the lowest I've seen in a long time, in the $4 to $5 range. Those are the spot prices. If we look at opportunities to improve and what we can do on both the short-term and long-term, obviously I already mentioned the El Paso Line 2000. Coming back on February 15th, you know, will help us this winter, but will help us for the coming winter and summer periods that we have for 2023. I think it's also appropriate that we look at some of our constrained assets. One in particular is Aleecia Canyon, and we should reevaluate the appropriate inventory level of Aleecia Canyon. We currently have an established limit that was at 41.6 BCF. In the decision that set that, the commission decision, it said it was an interim limit that should be evaluated in the future, and maybe now is the time to look at that. Also, simulations that have worked through some of the other proceedings has shown that, you know, limits up to the CalGem established limit of 68.6 BCF is necessary for, you know, reliability of the 1 in 10 scenario, and can help further mitigate prices. Also, the recently updated in 2019 Aleecia withdrawal protocol for how we and when we can use Aleecia Canyon may be needed to look at and consider, not only just for reliability, because the conditions that we have in the withdrawal protocol are based on when we're already in a constrained condition, not looking forward for price suppression per se. So creating flexibility and use, we're good. So I'll wrap it up there. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rodger. I'm going to announce the three PG&E. There's three speakers from PG&E. I think they wanted to each go to their area of expertise. So I'm going to announce them all at once, and then they can just announce the next person to save time. So the first person up is Gillian Clegg, who is the Vice President of Energy Policy and Procurement. Lucy Redmond will go second. She's the Director of Facilities and Storage Engineering. And Alfred Musgrove is the Director of Gas Control for PG&E. So to Gillian, please.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning and for the invitation to speak at the en banc today. As my introduction indicated, I oversee all gas procurement at PG&E. That includes gas procurement for two distinct teams, the core gas supply department that purchases gas on behalf of residential and small commercial customers, as well as our electric gas supply department that purchases gas to serve our utility-owned and contracted gas-fueled power plants. I want to point out, you will hear from other speakers from PG&E today, the gas procurement teams that I oversee are totally separate and independent from the PG&E gas operations and engineering teams that own, operate, and maintain PG&E storage and pipeline assets. Today, I plan to talk about prices. You've heard a little bit about it already. I'll try not to duplicate what you've already seen, and some drivers of those prices that we have observed this winter, and a little bit more on one in particular that hasn't been hit on much so far. So the next slide is going to show a very familiar-looking price chart to you by now. It's going to show high and spiky prices. Thank you. Four of these lines, and the point I wanted to make with this chart is roughly been made already, that it was really a west-wide issue this winter, not just a California issue, though many of us here today focus on the California market. So these price points represent a point near the Canada-U.S. border in northern Washington, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and of course, Northern California. The brown line on the very bottom that's very flat and stable is the U.S. benchmark known as Henry Hub. And so, again, it has been very wild in the West this winter. So as you may know, and the SoCalGas speaker mentioned it as well, that PG&E does not mark up the price of gas. We pass through the cost of gas to customers at the same price that we buy it in the market. We also started customer communications early this winter, dating back to October. There have been several press releases. We've sent emails even mid-billing cycle to indicate whether a customer was on track to have high usage that month, and I myself have received one of those. Next slide, please. This slide is going to talk a bit about the drivers that we've seen, and you've heard some of this already. Cold and early start to winter that drove up the gas demand. We had, and one that hasn't been focused on quite as much is the prolonged drought that we've been in. And the last 45 days aside in California, where we've been blessed with a lot of precipitation, we have seen a drastically lower hydroelectric generation output in the market compared to last year. That's been true in the CAISO market, and I believe as well in the BPA in the Pacific Northwest. What that has meant is that electricity has to be replaced, and it's been replaced by gas-fired generation, increasing the demand for gas to be used for electric generation. The table shows just the PG&E gas demands, and so if you looked at this on a wider footprint, you would see probably larger numbers. But year over year, we've had a 19% increase in demand that our portfolio alone has needed to generate electricity. So the other items on here, lower Pacific region storage has been touched on, the El Paso pipeline delivery constraints been touched on. I don't know that any one of these in isolation would have caused the impact to prices that we've seen, but the accumulation of both increased demand and decreased supply, like in any market, those factors combined would increase prices, and we have seen that this winter. I also just included in this table a cumulative change in BCF, billion cubic feet, to try to show you the impact of each one of these drivers is in scale relative to each other, though obviously recognize for the gas generation gas demand lines would be larger if you looked at a larger footprint across the West. This is just the data we had easily accessible. So on the next slide, I thought I'd dive in a little bit more into the storage picture and kind of talk about why we think there has been lower inventories in storage year over year and also relative to the 5-year average. The first thing I would point out is that the 2 gas procurement groups that I oversee started out the winter, November 1st, more than 90% full in their contracted storage. And as of November 30th, our core gas supply team had 99% of their contracted storage capacity filled. That's because PG&E is highly focused on reliability, and in fact, the core gas supply team has CPUC winter reliability requirements that they must meet. Part of that is having gas storage at the beginning of winter. Both of my teams contract for gas storage capacity with the independent storage providers in Northern California, meaning those 4 storage providers that are not owned by PG&E, but that do connect to PG&E's system. Then PG&E Core Gas Supply also holds storage capacity with the PG&E-owned storage fields in our service territory. But this chart dives a little bit more into the independent storage providers. They specifically, because they have such significant capacity available to the market to store gas. The slide on the right shows a year-over-year usage of gas, as well as the black bar at the top shows you the capacity of that field. Both of these lines, you can see, are below the capacity, and the starting point for the blue line, which is this winter, was roughly 25 BCF below the capacity, meaning there was empty space in the ground at the beginning of winter that could have held gas, but didn't. Now, the role of the storage provider is to sell that capacity, sell the empty space to market participants like PG&E gas procurement teams, but also, say, independent merchant gas-fired power plants or marketers, which are banks or others who play a middleman role buying and selling gas in the market to make money. Then it's those market participants who actually buy the gas and put it into the ground to later serve load or to sell. Now, I mentioned that winter reliability is one of the reasons to use storage, but another reason is to provide price protection. Typically, gas market prices are lower in the spring and summer when gas demands are lower, and higher in the winter when gas demands are higher. So what market participants will do is buy gas in the spring, inject it into storage, and then pull it out in the winter when its value has gone up. So that price spread between spring and winter is a very strong driver as to how much gas gets injected into storage, especially by those market participants that are out there maximizing profits. But we didn't see that spring-winter price trend in 2022. The chart on the left shows a flat forward curve as of May 31st, 2022. That basically tells you that last spring, if you're looking, should I buy gas and put it in the ground to pull out later and make money, the market's telling you don't do that. You can buy it later at the same price in the winter, or even maybe a slightly lower price. My teams are less motivated by that seasonal price spread because of our regulatory and reliability requirements. So I mentioned already that we had our storage filled at the beginning of winter. And so I don't know for sure why others didn't, but this lack of economic price spread might have been one of the reasons that storage capacity was not filled by the other market participants. So that was my last slide, and I will pass it over to my colleague, Lucy Redmond.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Gillian, and thank you, CPUC, for having me today. My name is Lucy Redmond, and I am the Director of the Facilities and Storage Engineering at PG&E, and my team is responsible for managing the integrity of the well and reservoir assets at our storage facilities, as well as PG&E's gas transmission and distribution facilities. We can go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. So today I will be addressing the reclassification of the gas to base gas, as well as how recent CalGEM regulations have impacted storage operations. So as part of PG&E's 2019 gas transmission and storage rate case, PG&E redefined its storage offerings, reducing what was allotted to firm, introduced reserve capacity, and increased inventory management for system balancing as part of the natural gas storage strategy. Aligning to these new service offerings, 51 BCF of PG&E-owned gas was reclassified from working to base, and this did not remove gas from inventory. Rather, it was an accounting adjustment and had no impact on the total inventory, nor was there a need to backfill or replace the supply, as it has remained in inventory since reclassification. The working natural gas inventory effectively had been acting as base gas even before the reclassification formalized this change. And over the last 10-year period, there are only 2 times that any of the 51 BCF was utilized for as available service prior to the reclassification. This reclassification effectively committed the gas for ongoing pressure support. And for those of you who are not familiar with reservoir dynamics or the term pressure support, the reservoir can be thought of as a balloon. And so the more full it is, the more force there is pushing the gas out of the wells. And this is especially important to have this pressure support when the well flow area is reduced, or in turn reduces the amount that a well can deliver, as we've experienced implementing the CalGEM regulations. And this, in fact, this reclassification of base gas has enabled PG&E to meet its obligations despite the year-over-year capacity losses we've experienced. And we continue to expect to see those losses this year in 23 as we continue our work program and further in 2024. Next slide, please. All right, to address the impact of the CalGEM regulations on storage, really there's 2 main areas to discuss. The first is the well construction requirement, and the second is the mechanical integrity frequency. In late 2018, CalGEM regulations became effective and required that all gas storage operators bring existing wells into conformance with a dual barrier construction. On the left, you can see an example of historic construction of the wells that allows gas to flow in both the tubing and the casing flow areas. This is depicted by the yellow highlight. Now, as you look to the figure on the right, you can see a converted well, and it shows that the restriction in the gas flow area is limited to only that interior tubing string, which is a dramatic reduction. PG&E, on average, has seen about a 40% decline in our well capacity with these changes. However, it's been step changes as the implementation has occurred year over year, but we've managed to maintain our deliverability obligations to date. Next slide, please. So the second area of regulation is the well mechanical integrity testing, or more commonly known as well inspections. If performing these inspections has a great impact on well availability. As you can see in the picture on the right, this is a typical operation to perform the inspection, and the footprint is rather large and includes taking several wells out of service. At PG&E, it's exacerbated due to our facility layout, where wells are spaced 25 feet on center. Again, we maintained our deliverability obligations each winter while conducting the phase-in of this construction requirements and well inspections that started in 2019 and continue through current day. The other part of the CalGEM regulations that we're still working through is the reoccurring frequency that wells will need to be inspected. CalGEM regulations allow for CalGEM to approve an alternate frequency from the default and highly prescriptive and frequent cycle of 24 months. To be clear, PG&E would not be able to provide a storage service if a 24-month inspection cycle was required, just due to the magnitude of the outage impact. And we're currently awaiting a decision from CalGEM on the applied reinspection methodology that we've presented to them in 2019. And this approach balances well safety, gas system reliability, and the costs associated with these major capital projects. This completes my presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Alfred Musgrove. Thank you. Oh, and Alfred, no pressure, but you only have a minute left, so if you could make it as quick as possible.
Ooh. Okay, let's go down to 2 slides. So I'm the Director of Gas Control. Gas Control is responsible for remotely monitoring the transmission and distribution gas systems, as well as remote operations as required. It's a 24/7 operation that I oversee. I'm going to address the 2 questions that were given to me. First question, what patterns have you seen in customers' deliveries of gas to the system? Generally, market supplies are in alignment with their end use, and we manage our system inventory with pipeline balancing. To define that, system inventory is the volume of gas that holds our thousands of miles of transmission pipelines. It's continuously being updated through computations with our SCADA system, and PG&E storage is not considered part of system inventory. The flexibility allows gas control to maintain system integrity and minimize what we call operational flow orders, which I can speak to shortly. With that being said, there are times when customer imbalances are large and pipeline balancing isn't sufficient to prevent our forecasted system inventory levels from exceeding thresholds. The expected result of the action of an OFO is to bring the system back into balance. On this slide here, you can see that our OFO winter activity at the top, November of 2022 through February 3rd of this year. Next slide, please. Next question was, have operational flow orders performed as expected to incentivize deliveries? I like this slide because this shows the evidence of the effectiveness of calling an OFO. From our experience, OFOs do provide enough incentive to bring our system inventory within acceptable levels. The upper red area is when the system inventory is too high and unsustainable. The red area below is when the system inventory is too low, inviting risk. On this instance here, you'll see on the left side, our plan for forecasting for the next day was showing 3.98 BCF. And ultimately, in calling the OFO, we were able to get the supplies to come in, bringing it back up to 4.265. So at that level, the OFOs we feel in gas control are effective. Now I'll turn it back over to, sorry, Gillian.
So is that it for PG&E slides?
I turn it back over to Gillian.
I believe there's one more slide, but many of the points on that slide have been addressed already, and so I'm happy to turn it back to you, moderator.
Great, thank you. Thank you, that was a lot to get through. So next up is Mark Pocta, who is the Program Manager with Public Advocate's Office, which is part of the CPUC, and his focus is on energy costs and natural gas. Mark?
Well, thank you, Jean, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Pocta. I'm a Program Manager with the Public Advocate's Office, and I thank you for inviting me here to speak today. And I'll move through this. I know we're short on time, so you've heard from the other speakers what these price run-ups have been attributed to, the El Paso situation, colder than normal temperatures, all those factors impacting storage, which was drawn down in November and December. So what's different here, a little bit different observation here, is we've seen some, in the past you've seen price run-ups at the border, but we really never experienced them to the extent in the producing regions. And especially what happened this year, where there was a run-up, as already been noted, of 8 times the Henry Hub price, and that leaked over into Bidweek. So we really haven't had these price run-ups in the San Juan Basin, the Rocky Mountains. So in that respect, our division does support the request of Governor Newsom for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to investigate this matter, because we saw such a huge run-up. So we observed the prices increasing through the early year, but it was on December 29th when SoCal and San Diego filed their monthly tariffs for January that, we saw these shockingly high prices, which were well beyond our pessimistic expectations for January, already following what we've seen in December daily prices. So we acted, we filed the motion which proposed to move the climate credits for gas customers to February to mitigate the high gas prices that we expected, and we made another proposal that the utilities and rural customers in budget billing that spread the cost over a few months. So going beyond that, just a general observation is it appears that, setting everything else aside, there's more price volatility associated with weather. It's just an observation. I haven't been investigated in detail by us, but it seems you see a lot more price movements associated with the weather. Now, with the sustained weather, it just increased that volatility in the Western markets. So that being said, what do we recommend some considerations by the Commission? Well, the utilities have talked about storage, and That is an asset within the Commission's oversight, and it's important that these assets be optimized because going forward with, as the state decarbonizes, actually storage assets are going to become more important to you as an asset to utilize efficiently by the state and to mitigate these gas price movements. So a few matters for the Commission's consideration. I'm not trying to come here advocating more for your consideration today. The first is Northern California specifically. There's the PG&E's Los Medanos gas storage facility. Originally, PG&E had proposed to close that a number of years back. Our division did not support that, but irrespective, they were authorized by the Commission to either sell the facility or decommission it. However, in the intervening years, PG&E's reconsidered that sale, and recently, I believe it's in the rate case proposed to continue the operation of that facility. So that's one issue for the Commission's consideration going forward. Turning to Southern California, the Commission set a range back in late 2021 for Aleecia Canyon that they could operate between 0 and 41 BCF. At that time, there was a concurrent proposed decision by an administrative law judge that would have proposed to set the interim range at a higher maximum from 0 to the 68.6 BCF. So you saw that on the SoCal chart. So that additional capacity would provide more storage capacity for the market. So again, the utilization of Aleecia Canyon is another matter that the Commission will need to consider closely moving forward. So I'll just, because of time, I'll just go ahead and wrap it up here. When you conduct, just a few things. When you conduct dynamic modeling, it's hard to do any type of dynamic modeling. And I know the Commission's been looking at different types of modeling with regard to the use of storage facilities in Southern California. And, you can model for, limited situations, but it's hard to dynamically model over a number of months or for the whole, a larger time frame, and for all the caveats or situations that may occur, such as limitations on capacity coming into the state. So, you have to keep that in mind also. And so, as I was saying earlier, I think moving forward, as the state does decarbonize, that storage facilities are likely to need to relied upon more for gas customers and electric generators at peak times, and they'll remain a valuable, important resource for the integrity of the gas system and to support the demand of customers in the state. And the Commission will need to consider how to appropriately utilize the gas asset resources. And in closing, I'd just like to reiterate our division's support of the Governor's request that the FERC investigate the matter of the significant price spikes that took place in the Western markets. And those are my comments today, and I'd like to thank the Commission again for inviting us to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The last person to speak on this panel will be Michael Williamson, who is the CEO of Williamson Energy, Inc. Michael?
Good morning. My perspective and comments today are going to come as a trader that purchases natural gas at PG&E and SoCal Citygate on a daily basis. And that's what the job that I do for my clients. So I have to understand why prices are either falling, rising, is this temporary, is this long-term, for me to get the most economical supply for my clients. We've already gone through all the industry publications and experts on all the reasons. I mean, we hadn't had new pipeline capacity in the state for 10 years. I think the last was Kern River or GTN. Your scheduled and non-scheduled pipeline interruptions and curtailments are always going to continue, and that will always reduce existing pipeline capacity. And that even includes explosions like Enbridge in Canada years back. All of these issues, especially if they're non-scheduled during peak demands, are going to affect prices. Then you have, of course, the weather. We've all talked about it. November through most of November, the first 3 weeks of December, all the way from Western Canada all the way down to California. Now, the deal is, it's not an excuse. You can't do anything about the weather. And that's why the U.S. has a national storage system that balances all this demand from the extreme temperatures. And we all know when we inject storage and we withdraw storage. And again, this is going to bring me to the final contributing factor that we can look as a group to try to make things better in the future for California. And let's pull up the first start. The low storage levels in the Pacific region. All you have to do is look at a year ago and 5-year average of the Pacific region. We're 34.3% below the 5-year average and 28.9% below last year. And most of all of that deficit belongs to PG&E. And we know about the summer of 2021 and the reclassification of 51 BCF of working gas. And I agree, the gas didn't go anywhere. It just got reclassified, and it was an accounting measure. However, the market as a whole, and especially the basis market, does not see it that way. And they were clearly expecting PG&E to inject more gas, which they did not. I mean, you have publications, Natural Gas Intelligence, the EIA, RB Energy, have all written articles about these extreme prices this winter, and they have all spoken and written about this whole reclassification as a contributing factor in this whole current market scenario. And yes, while it was initiated back in the summer of 2021, the basis market, the current storage levels were not adequate. And only by the fact that last winter, especially November and parts of December, were above normal temps, did we not experience prices back above $10 a decatherm. Now, in my opinion, this whole situation and its effect on the basis market, which is the delivery points, can also be compared to the explosion at the Freeport LNG plant in Texas and its effect on the NYMEX market. At the time, NYMEX, this was June 8th, NYMEX was trading above $9. We had this explosion. The subsequent information suggests also that this LNG plant was offline till 2022. It sent the NYMEX market down as low as $5.36 by the end of June. And because all of that gas then went into storage instead of being shipped via LNG to Europe. Now, the market is back to normal in California. Daily prices this morning were both below $5. But if we don't do something now, then this same thing will continue to happen again and again. And one of the solutions, again, we have to look at this Pacific storage region. Whether PG&E reclassifies back some or all of that 51 BCF to working gas, since it never left the storage system anyway, or fills working gas storage back to prior 5-year averages, this extreme market is apt to play out again, especially with the below normal weather. And again, this is the market telling everyone that something that's 30% below a 5-year average cannot be sustained. I heard PG&E maintain the stance. One, they don't make money on natural gas, and of course they don't make the markets. And both of those statements are true. But I'll add a third. They don't lose money on the natural gas either. And as I stated above on the Freeport LNG issue, they didn't make it. They don't make that market, but instead it became a major contributing factor, which caused the NYMEX to lose some $4 in less than a month. The reason I'm participating on this panel is to represent my clients and other end users and be the voice before this group, as these high natural gas prices have greatly affected their businesses and bottom lines. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this discussion.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. That concludes our panel. I have a couple of questions for the panel, and then I'll turn it over to the dais. I don't want to take too long because I want to leave plenty of time for commission questions. My first question is directed towards Mark Pocta, and I was hoping you could explain a little bit more something you said. You noted that the peak in the spot gas market coincided with Bidweek, and that led to it having a big impact. And I was hoping you could explain a little bit more about what happened there and how Bidweek prices impact customer bills.
Thanks. I don't know how much I can add. It's tough because I'm aware of information because I get it confidentially, unfortunately. And so, but basically, if you look at the daily prices, if you go back to the gas daily and you look at the daily prices, and one of the earlier speakers pointed to it, I think it might have been the CEC speaker, about the 20th or 21st, you could see on the day market, I mean, prices were outlandish. They were like $40, $45, $50. And they were incredibly high, not only at the border points, but in the basin, back in the basin, San Juan and Opal. And so that was coinciding with Bidweek. And so I'm just assuming, and I didn't study.
Could you explain what Bidweek is and the impact that it has, Mark? Sorry.
So Bidweek is basically, the utilities buy gas on a monthly basis, and Bidweek is when, the contract, it's a shortcut of the deals are being entered into. Now, sometimes utilities already have entered into contractual arrangements ahead of time, but the prices of those contractual arrangements a lot of times will be tied to the Bidweek prices. So you have the daily market that's just moving along on a daily basis. So you have a lot of participants participating in that daily market, but the utilities are typically in a monthly market. They're buying their gas a month ahead of time. And so generally speaking, that doesn't mean they don't buy gas in the daily market also, but the bulk of their gas for the month is bought during Bidweek, purchased during Bidweek, or it's based on the Bidweek prices. And in the past, we just haven't seen that where the daily market was spiking and it's coinciding with Bidweek. And you had another thing happening in December that was a little bit, you did have cold weather, the national market, there was some cold weather also. I believe in the Midwest, that's when they had their little cold snap go through, which kind of moved into that was about that same time frame. It was actually ending, I think, at that time frame. And that's what I was talking about earlier with this volatility associated with the weather. I mean, again, the weather's the weather, but just the amount of price movement that you see in the market, if you're following it on a daily basis, is pretty significant. Whether you're looking at, the Western United States or other markets throughout the United States. So that,
yeah. So would you say a fair summary would be that the price spike coincided with Bidweek, and then the Bidweek prices locked in those high prices for the month of January?
Well, I guess they're influenced in some way. I'll just say influence, because again, I'm not a trader. I'm just somewhat of an observer of these prices, and so I'm not in the market. I just, like everyone else, I could read the periodicals. I could look at them. I could meet with the utilities, but I'm not really, I'm not a trader. So that, just put it that way.
Thank you for helping clarify that point. My second question is for Michael Williamson. And my question for you, Michael, is you do note that the change in the overall storage level seems to have really affected the market. One question I have for you is there was storage capacity available at the independent storage fields that wasn't filled. PG&E states that they mostly filled their fields and that their core customers had their contracts 99% full. So there was space for non-core customers to fill storage. So I'm curious how you feel about how that interplays with the 51 BCF reclass when there was more capacity available if people had chosen to fill it.
Well, it's two different issues. The private storage is going to do exactly what the lady at PG&E said. If the spreads don't work out, they're not going to fill it because it's a business decision. Then you have PG&E, which is a utility, has to look at their storage system as a reliability issue big time. And again, your basis market had the perception that once the cold weather hit in November and continued into December, that there may or may not be ample storage, period. And that's why the bids in the basis market continued to go up and up and went from normal $1 to $2 going into the PG&E Citygate all the way up to as much as $20, $30. And again, they're hitting those bids, and whether they're doing it on a speculation basis, it really doesn't matter. It still impacts the market, and it makes prices go up.
So it sounds like what you're suggesting then is that utility customers would need to have storage available in a way almost to subsidize the non-core customers who are making their decisions on a market-based, basis only.
Well,
is that correct?
It still impacts the utility because inevitably, if the basis market continues to go up, whether it be your core group or your group buying for the electricity, the power demand is still going to be impacted. How would that be different?
Thank you for your perspective. I think it's time to move to questions from the dais. President Reynolds, do you have a question?
Thank you. Jean, maybe to start out, I think that last point you were making about storage and the impacts on the market of the PG&E's changed from working gas to base gas, which, as we heard from PG&E, was really a marketing mechanism but did have an impact on market perception. I'm wondering if you could just explain briefly, Jean, the difference between core customers and non-core customers and the distinction that you were making about the independent storage facilities not being full and that those serve the non-core customers. Could you just explain that for folks who are listening?
Sure. So in the gas utility world, there's core customers, which are mostly residential and small business customers. And for those customers, the utility purchases gas for them, or they can purchase gas through a core transport agent. But someone else purchases gas for them. Non-core customers are large commercial, industrial, and electric generation customers, and they're generally considered to be sophisticated customers. They make their own purchasing decisions, so they use the utility infrastructure to move their gas, but they purchase the commodity themselves or through marketers. And they can choose, for example, how much storage to hold, whereas the CPUC requires the utilities to hold certain amounts of storage and firm pipeline capacity for core customers to ensure their reliability. So that was the first part of the question, and now I'm forgetting the second part. What did I forget?
That's fine. That's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that everyone did that distinction between core and non-core and the role of the utility. And I guess now if I could turn to PG&E, and thank you for explaining the accounting mechanism on working gas versus base gas. And we've heard about, and Jean, I think, fleshed this out a little bit, the fact that there was storage available at independent facilities. And I was wondering if PG&E had any ideas about how to incentivize independent storage facilities to increase their levels of storage rather than kind of pushing it back on utility customers to create that cushion for market to keep markets calm. So at PG&E, I was wondering if you had any ideas about incentives.
Gillian here from PG&E. I wish I had a great idea. The incentives are largely market-driven and market price incentives that, given that we don't and you don't regulate the natural gas price markets, that's a tricky one. And the second one is for reliability. So we fill ours for reliability. If other market participants built into their expectations that reliability is a higher priority, then they might be incented to fill it. But unfortunately, I don't have a very good answer for you.
Okay, thank you. And then I also have a question for SoCalGas. I was interested in the chart that you showed with the correlation between demand and temperatures. And I was wondering if, and you made the point that we had high temperatures, especially early in the season this year. Is the demand increase fully explained by the temperatures as far as you can tell, or do you think there are any other factors at play on that affected the increased demand that we saw?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. I think it was primarily driven by the colder weather we had in November and December. Not only was it on the residential and small commercial customers, I mean that residential heating load, but also there was some increase in associated electric generation load above the historical average. What drove that? Maybe more, that's a question for CAISO than SoCalGas, but it was driven by weather. There wasn't anything else that really stood out as driving additional demand.
Okay, thank you. And then another question for you. You talked about storage and the limitations on storage, as well as, of course, the pipeline situations. Is there anything that could you explain a little bit more? So, this situation occurs because the prices increase when you have to buy gas on the market, so you can't pull from storage. Or storage facilities obviously weren't empty. So is there anything that you can do to mitigate for the prices that you pay when you're forced to buy from the market? In other words, could you describe that a little bit more? It's not like you fill your storage facilities and then you just solely pull from them, which if we done that, we wouldn't have seen these price spikes, I assume, if they're your own storage facilities. You're buying on the spot market. And so is there anything that you can do to mitigate those prices, the times when you do have to buy?
So, very complicated question. Let me start with the storage facilities that we have were originally put in to mitigate winter price swings, to inject gas during the summer when prices are lower, and withdraw when the prices are higher during the winter time. Whether you can then have, in today's environment, and I mentioned, Aleecia Canyon, having more storage, more gas in storage that can be drawn upon, because the critical nature of storage in today's environment has been driven by reliability, right? And that's why we have the Aleecia withdrawal protocol that calls on almost at a constraint situation. If you had more gas in the ground that you can draw on during those periods of cold weather, that could help avoid having to buy gas on the daily spot basis. because you can buy it during the summertime and be prepared. I would also like to add that when you look at the market, if it's held by market participants other than the utility, they are driven by the economics. When the utility holds storage, we're also driven by reliability. So you can't necessarily fully deplete storage in one particular month, because if it's November, you still have December, January, February, and March to go. You can't fully pull down storage. But if you had a higher starting level, you would have the ability to pull more down. Hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to note that we're out of time. Commissioners, I'm really sorry to have to cut you off. If you have more questions, you can email them to Luam Tesfaye, and she will work with Energy Division to get answers for you. I'm going to turn it back to Christina.
Thank you, Jean, and thank you, panelists. Francisco, could you pull up the deck, please? We are now turning to our second panel of the day that is moderated by Bruce Kaneshiro, who is a program manager with CPUC's Energy Division. Bruce?
Thank you, Christina. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, all. It's my pleasure to moderate this second panel. As discussed in our last panel, pipeline constraints in West Texas was one of the factors for the high gas prices that we saw in California, and nearly 90% of California's gas is imported from out of the state production facilities, such as in Canada and New Mexico and Texas. So given the importance of interstate pipelines to our gas supply, we have a panel that can provide more details as to what happened to the El Paso pipeline, as well as provide us an overview of federal rules that ensure the safe operation of these interstate pipelines. So let me introduce our panel. First, we have Matt Rapuna, who is a supervisor in the Gas Safety and Reliability Branch of the CPUC Safety and Enforcement Division, and he will lead us off with a presentation on what happened with El Paso, Line 2000. And that will be followed by Mr. Alan Mayberry, who is the Associate Administrator for Pipeline Safety for the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, also known as PHMSA, which is part of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And Alan will provide a presentation on PHMSA safety regulations. So thank you, gentlemen, for your participation in today's panel, and I will now turn it over to Matt.
Matt, I see you speaking, but we can't hear you.
I am terribly sorry.
Perfect. We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner Reynolds and everyone else in attendance. And thank you, Alan, for attending. Anyway, today I will talk a little bit about the rupture of Line 2000, and as well as talk about a few things. But I want to begin by giving you a brief explanation of what I learned about the Line 2000 outage or rupture. Anyway, on August 15, 2021, Pipeline 2000, a 30-inch diameter natural gas transmission pipeline owned and operated by Kinder Morgan, Inc., ruptured in Coolidge, Arizona. The rupture resulted in an explosion and fire. The fire destroyed a farmhouse near the site of the rupture. The fire resulted in 2 fatalities and 1 injury that required hospitalization to the family that lived in that farmhouse. Kinder Morgan's Line 2000 was installed in 1985. This Line 2000 transported crude oil initially after it was installed or put into service, but was converted to transport natural gas about 20 years ago. NTSB records indicated the gas pressure just before the rupture was below the maximum allowable operating pressure, which at least gave us information that the rupture was not caused by, maximum allowable pressure, operating pressure exceedance. So that's one information that we can at least glean from that.
I'm going to interrupt. I think we need to advance that slide, and can you just cue the operator to advance the slides for you? There you go.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. Okay, that's good. So this is just a picture of the line 2000. It runs from McKinney, Texas, all the way to Enbridge, Arizona, where it terminates and then feeds into line 2000 that comes into California. Well, it goes into a header, and that header feeds part of line 2000, SoCalGas line 2000 that comes out of Blythe, California. Anyway, this line 2000 was originally owned by El Paso Natural Gas System, which was acquired by Kinder Morgan. The line is approximately about 745 miles in length. As I explained, it started from McKinney, Texas to Ehrenberg, Arizona. The isolated segment of the pipeline that ruptured is approximately 19 miles. So PHMSA Office of Pipeline Safety and the Arizona Corporation Commission immediately initiated an investigation of the incident. The National Transportation Safety Board also began an investigation in addition to what PHMSA and the other partner was doing. And NTSB's investigation is still ongoing. PHMSA during its investigation will typically assess and determine whether a pipeline facility is or would be hazardous to life, property, or the environment, and if there is a likelihood of a serious harm to life, property, or the environment, PHMSA will issue an order to the operator to perform some corrective actions. And, excuse me. So PHMSA did issue a corrective action in this case. The corrective action covered the isolated segment and as well as the affected pipeline, which is the entire pipeline. The covered segment was shut down. The other segments were ordered to have what we call pressure reduction, to take a 20% pressure reduction from its normal operating pressure. Having explained this, other factors that may affect safety and cause pipeline outages are, in addition to the force majeure in this case, there are other issues where operators are required to perform certain scheduled operation and maintenance activities, and those can also impact pipeline outages. And some of those activities are scheduled pipeline integrity assessment, scheduled operation and maintenance activities, safety-related conditions, which may come as a result of the operator performing the scheduled integrity assessment. In other words, if the operator discovers a hazardous condition during that assessment, they will have to take either pressure reduction or shut that line down to perform required remediation. And in addition to that, there are recent federal rules requiring things like maximum operating pressure, reconfirmation, and pipeline material properties verifications. So some of these safety-related maintenance and assessment may result in or contribute to pipeline outages. beyond besides the force majeure. Could you go to the next slide, please?
Matt, this is Bruce. I think we're almost out of time for your slot here. Can you wrap up your presentation?
Yes, I will do that quickly. Anyway, this is just a timeline of the Line 2000 outage. As I said, the event of the rupture occurred on August 15, 2021. And then after that, PHMSA issued a corrective action in August of 19 and had a subsequent amended corrective action. Then in September, NTSB opened a docket. Next slide, please. Then in December 2nd of 2022, PHMSA approved restart of the isolated segment. And January of this year, Kinder Morgan requested, or rather informed PHMSA of its completion of its required work, and then requested the PHMSA to approve its request to lift the pressure restriction on the entire segment. Anyway, one of the panelists on the prior panel indicated that PHMSA has approved that. My slide does show, at least from public information I have, Alan can talk more about this, that PHMSA was reviewing it. But from what I heard this morning, it's been approved. Anyway, that concludes my presentation. So I would like to hand over the virtual mic to Mr. Alan Mayberry. Oh, I'm sorry, to Bruce Canishero.
Thank you, Matt. So I will hand it off to Alan, who will represent PHMSA here. So go ahead, Alan. Mic is yours.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Bruce and Matt. Can you hear me okay? You can? Awesome. Well, again, I'm Alan Mayberry, and it's a pleasure to join you today to talk a bit about our role related to pipeline safety in the United States, and specifically how it impacts the topic here today related to gas prices. I might add, I bring greetings from Tristan Brown, our Deputy Administrator. He's my boss here in Washington. You know, our focus is pipeline safety and protecting the environment, but we do see price impacts when a regulated entity fails to adhere to our regulations or if there's an unexpected failure. So strengthening and updating our regulations really reduces what we refer to as low probability yet high consequence events. And my goal here today is to give you a quick summary of the regulations involved, how we perform or conduct investigations at a very high level, and then wrap it up with some Q&A at the end. But anyway, I hope you find this informative, but it will be quite quick. If you can move on to the next slide. Just, you know, who is DOT/PHMSA? Well, PHMSA is a mode of transportation within the U.S. DOT, and there you can see some of our sister agencies, you know, like the FAA that you're familiar with, Federal Highway, Federal Rail. Again, our focus is safety. We were created out of the Natural Gas Pipeline Safety Act of 1968, and we were basically put in business to create a national uniform standard for pipeline safety, which we publish in the form of 49 CFR Part 192, which is the federal minimum safety standard for gas pipeline safety. I might add that in forming the Office of Pipeline Safety, Congress directed us to partner with the states. We appreciate our partnership with California, specifically the California Public Utilities Commission, as well as the California State Fire Marshal's Office on the liquid side. But we value that relationship, and we appreciate the oversight that CPUC provides on our behalf for intrastate pipelines. We move on to the next slide. And by the way, before I get into our incident investigations, the topic here relates to gas transmission pipeline or pipelines. And of the 3.3 million miles of pipelines across the United States. About 300,000, a little over 300,000 miles of those are what are considered transmission lines, and similar to Line 2000. So a fairly small subset. And those include intrastate and interstate pipelines. The intrastate tends to be regulated directly by the states, like the CPUC. The interstate is under federal oversight, which we have about 300,000 under federal oversight. So the slide here really depicts key aspects of how we investigate an incident. So this is how it happened, really how it unfolded for the incident in Coolidge, Arizona. They sort of give you really a primer in how we do this at a very high level. First off, the reports of an incident are received by the National Response Center in Washington, D.C. That's how we receive our notifications. We also share those with states. And in the case of Line 2000, we share it with the State of Arizona Corporation Commission, and they also responded as our interstate agent in Arizona. So we have a protocol which we use to respond. NTSB may also respond, and if NTSB responds, NTSB has primacy, and so we become a party to the investigation, much like the states as well. There's a response phase very soon after the accident where we're anxious to really prevent the spread of that type of an issue that happens. So in the response phase, we're looking at what kind of tools we might use to exert control over the accident scene. I'll get into that in a minute. Then there's the recovery phase, the more long-term phase, and certainly in the specific to say the line in question here, we're in the recovery phase and well into that. We have various enforcement tools we use in the aftermath. Very quickly after an accident happens, we often issue what we call a corrective action order. Matt did a great job of describing that, and so I won't review that because you know that where there's an imminent hazard designated, we have to demonstrate that for that type of order, and so we issue those. But that's a very common order we issue in the aftermath of an accident. Now, there's a certain anatomy of those orders. They follow a pattern, and they're listed there in the sub-bullets, kind of the high-level aspect. There's a statement of facts, like what happened, particulars of what failed, and typically there's an associated restriction of operations until the issue is resolved. And typically that comes in, and I know it was impactful here, in the form of what we call a restricted operating pressure at 80% of what the pressure the pipeline operated at when the failure happened. And that is done as a factor of safety because we know what the pressure was at the failure time. And we add a buffer that's equivalent basically to a hydrostatic test pressure to add for a margin of safety. And then we require an operator to have a remedial work plan that's presented to us. We've been through that over the last several months, and probably the last bit of information specific to Line 2000 was given to us around January 25th. And as of yesterday, we gave Kinder Morgan the go-ahead to return Line 2000 to their normal operating pressure. And lastly, I just want to indicate we do prepare a failure investigation report for accidents, and the one for Coolidge is still pending, but I expect that to be finished within this year. We can move on to the next slide. Let me give you a summary of some of the regulations that come into play here. In particular, what was referred to in the agenda as the mega rule. And I have 3 slides on this. It's a very concise history of that rule, but harken back to September of 2010, that fateful day when the PG&E accident happened in San Bruno, California. In the aftermath, there was certainly a call for action, for us to take action and update regulations. But very quickly, later in 2011, we issued what we call an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking. where we basically it's asking questions and getting feedback for how we should develop a certain policy. And the issue at the heart of that failure was grandfathered pipelines, which I know the CPUC has dealt with in the aftermath of San Bruno, and we worked together with you on that. So, and it was an issue that wasn't addressed when we first issued our first code back in 1970. But fast forward to 2010 and the incident in San Bruno, we had to deal with these pipelines that were installed before the code, the federal code, was promulgated. I'll try to go quicker here just because I know there's the real value here is probably going to be in the Q&A. This is really historical, and it's here as a reference for you. NTSB later issued a number of recommendations to us. And then we were also up for reauthorization in our new Pipeline Safety Act of 2011. We had a number of mandates that told us to update our regulations related to dealing specifically with record keeping, with grandfathered pipelines, with automatic and remote control shutoff valves and the like, which we started working on it after that. So the next slide, we, as you can see, these things take some time, as you'll see the history of the rulemaking process. But we also were dealing with another accident in West Virginia that resulted in, fortunately, no fatalities, but property damage. We had a number of recommendations that NTSB came out with after that. And I bring that up only because in the so-called mega rule, we also included aspects of those recommendations in the mega rule. It had specifically to do with pipelines that cross major highways and the concern that they were outside of the realm of integrity management. But we finally issued our notice of proposed rulemaking 6 years after San Bruno, April 2016. It was one big rule. Obviously, by the comments, you can see we had a lot of interest in that rule. Again, we were making big changes. It was the biggest change to the gas code since the original gas code was promulgated back in 1970. If you move on to the next slide. In 2018, because the rule had so many moving parts, we divided it up into three. And what we call, it's just our jargon, rulemaking jargon, RIN 1, RIN 2, RIN 3, that stands for Regulatory ID Number. As you may know, in the federal government, we love acronyms. But RIN 1 was the first tranche, if you will, and that dealt with congressional mandates that were specifically responsive to accidents, including San Bruno. And then RIN 2 basically covered a number of NTSB recommendations, but so again, RIN 1 dealt with, say, the grandfather clause issue. It established a new type of moderate consequence area. We already established high consequence areas. This was a new classification for pipelines. But then, and then RIN 2, NTSB recommendations, you can see what that covered there. And then RIN 3 was gas gathering, but I don't think that's a topic of discussion for today. But anyway, if you move on to the next slide, my apologies for going fast, but hopefully this is somewhat clear, but I'd be glad to clarify anything going forward. This really just talks about how we revised 192, the key aspects of the new final rule that we developed. One was to require operators to confirm MAOP, and that was of particular interest for grandfather pipelines, some of which didn't have good records. There was also a record-keeping aspect of the rule. Consider seismicity. We codified a grace period for integrity assessments. I won't go through all these. Let me see some of interest related to this. Item 7 there required operators to assess certain non-HCA lines at least once every 10 years. The concern there was before this was put in place, some of the assessment periods were really getting way out there in time, years and years, and there was a need to kind of control that. And then if you could and the 8 is a really big one. I've already mentioned it, but record keeping was a huge aspect of the gas transmission rule. Moving on to the next slide. This is really a summary. So there you had a nutshell of the regulation, and this is my last slide with content. But this is just a summary of enforcement that we've taken on the federal level over the last year. In 2022, we had a record year of issuing civil penalties, $11.6 million. We issued notices of probable violation, and that's the typical enforcement action we issue in the aftermath, or many times in the aftermath of a failure, but typically that's also after we've inspected an operator and found compliance issues. Well, that's typically our enforcement action that we will issue. But again, it was a high number that was tied with 2021, which was a previous high. We've also worked to make our enforcement more timely. So there's some statistics there on how we've worked to do that. Timely enforcement is critical to ensuring safety. And then the last item there, consent agreements or orders. In response to our most recent reauthorization, we have been encouraged by Congress to consider various avenues for settling cases. So we've entered into a number of consent orders, with their agreements that I sign into order. And that's one way that we resolve cases, and probably we're doing in response to the Pipes Act of 2020, doing many more of those these days. Anyway, with that, I would like to just close and say, again, I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Again, my apologies for running through that so quickly, but I know you probably have a few questions. So, anyway, back to you, Bruce.
Thank you, Alan. And thank you, Alan, for that confirmation that PHMSA has approved the restoration of that pressure on line 2000. That was of great interest here. So I'm going to open it up for questions from the dais, but I thought I'd just ask one, and that goes back to, I think really more from Matt. Matt, you mentioned there's PUC safety rules that we put in place years ago, actually, quite a long time ago. And then since then, of course, PHMSA has approved its federal rules. Can you speak a little bit to how these rules interplay with each other? Are there places where they duplicate, or are there gaps in how they cover our safety? And any thoughts on how we can better align them? Or PSC, and I think they're referred to as Pipeline Safety Enhancement Plans, or PSCP. And can you keep that to maybe a minute, and then we'll get time for our commissioners to ask questions.
Is that from me or from Matt?
Well, I was going to ask Matt, since he's familiar with the PSCP.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bruce. PSEP, as you said, is the California PUC's pipeline safety enhancement that was started immediately after the San Bruno incident. Essentially, the commission began a rulemaking and had multiple decisions that came out of that rulemaking. And in addition to that, California legislators proceeded to enact then a bill, but now a statute we call PU. It's in the PU Code, Section 958. That Section 958 it's part of our governing rule. So we use the PU Code Section 958 in addition to the decisions that came out of the rulemaking, plus our General Order 112F. So these three combined guide our PSEP program, our Pipeline Safety Enhancement Program. So we use that. The PU Code Section 958 states that each gas corporation shall prepare and submit to the Commission a proposed comprehensive pressure testing implementation plan for all interstate transmission lines to either pressure test those lines or to replace all segments of that transmission line that lack what we call post-construction hydro test. So if it does not have a post-construction hydro test record, then it's considered to be either pressure tested or replaced. So it offers only two options, pressure test or replace. However, the PHMSA rule that Alan talked about under RIN 1, it's related to this issue of the pipelines that do lack post-construction hydro test record. So that rule, PHMSA's rule, just gave more options than the two the PU code has. In addition to the pressure test or replace, PHMSA's rule says that an operator can use what we call engineering critical assessment method to address this issue. Bruce, I don't know if I
sounds like, perhaps maybe to interrupt, it sounds like there's a more flexibility on the federal side than our original California rules initially established then.
Yes, there is, and as a matter of fact, we identified a gap, particularly in regulator stations that are impractical to either pressure test. The only option for those will be to replace it, and the cost and the other issues, it's what we are looking into. The Gas Safety and Reliability Branch, we are currently deliberating on how to align this gap with the, meaning align the PU code section 958 gap from the 49 CFR Part 192, the federal code.
Thank you, Matt. I'm going to, in our remaining time, just open it up for questions from the dais. I see Commissioner Shiroma, so go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Bruce. Just raising hand. Okay, so from our representative from PHMSA, thank you so much, Alan. On your slide outlining the revisions to Part 192, can you, sorry for the layperson, requiring operators install safety features on ILI launchers and receivers? What is that?
Okay. That is, we've had a number of incidents where the lack of safety devices on launcher and receiver enclosures have led to a sudden opening of those closures and related fatalities. If it swings open under, such high pressure, it's very catastrophic to the person who's on the other end. And so that was just to ensure that safety measure was put in place.
Is it a launcher device? Is it an equipment?
It's a device to ensure that the pressure is not in the barrel, if you will. The receiver itself, to make sure there's a positive means of knowing that there's no pressure within that device that's receiving or launching a pig. Typically, it's happened, I've seen on, say, where it's been received.
And just very quickly for Matt, did I understand correctly that for the El Paso pipeline, that the maximum allowable operating pressure was not the cause of the?
Well, the cause is actually still under investigation, but I would not, the condition we're dealing with, I wouldn't attribute it to the MAOP. It was probably more related to methods of assessment for the condition, and making sure that we're looking for the right threat with the right tool or method. But other than that, I really can't comment on the, because we have pending enforcement in that area as well.
Commissioner Vice Chair Gunda has his hand raised. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Shiroma. Thank you, Mr. Mayberry and Puna, for your comments. Just wanted to ask one question, given the reliance of California gas system on the imports and transmission of pipeline safety. Do we currently do, and not just, I'm not looking at the current pipelines we're working on, but in terms of mid to long-term reliability risk, especially given that some of these rules do not apply to, Mr. Mayberry, I think you said about some of the grandfathered older pipeline systems. Just wanted to understand, is there a report or general update work that we do on just the risk assessment, specific geographical areas / California?
Generally, a big aspect of the gas transmission rule, REN 1 in particular, was to deal with the grandfathered pipelines which were installed pre-code or pre-1970, which was when the first gas code was published, that required pre-in-service hydrostatic test pressure tests on pipelines. That said, there are other, as we learn more as technology has evolved, we're leveraging that, and that's also contained in the rule. I would say more so perhaps in REN 2, the second tranche of the rule, that provides other alternatives for assessing the integrity of a pipeline, such as engineering critical assessment that Matt referred to. The other, incidentally, the line in question was a post-code pipe. It was a 1985 vintage pipe. So, anyway, hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Matt. I think we are out of time, so appreciate your participation again on our panel, and I will turn it now back to Christina.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Alan and Matt. So we have time for about a 6-minute stretch break. So please be back at 11:20 for our third and final panel of the day. Thank you, everyone. Time to get back to our third and final panel of the day. Francisco, next slide, please. So this last panel is moderated by Molly Sturkle, who is a program manager with the CPUC's Energy Division. Molly?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. Thank you again for joining us at today's On Banc. My name is Molly Sturkle, and I'm a program manager in the CPUC's Energy Division, where I oversee electric planning and market design. I'll be your moderator. With the help of our third panel of experts now, we are going to shift our focus to discuss the impact of the recent high natural gas prices and what those prices are doing to California electricity markets. I just wanted to set the stage a little bit. Our electricity markets are heavily interdependent on the gas market. Our natural gas generators still provide about half of our electricity generation, and it's still quite common for natural gas generators to be the marginal resource in the electric markets. What that means is that the natural gas generators frequently act as price setters. Electricity prices are commonly just a simple multiplication of the average heat rate of gas plants at the time and the price of natural gas. So as you've already heard, we had record natural gas prices in December, and so it follows that we also had record wholesale electricity costs in December. Unfortunately, as you'll hear in more detail, the month of December was the single highest month of wholesale electric costs that we've observed in the past 5 years. The CAISO released a report yesterday that showed that markets
Both saw additional costs of $3 billion in December. That would be $3 billion above what they would have otherwise normally seen. We do not yet know how these wholesale costs will flow through to consumers because different market participants, like the investor-owned utilities and community choice aggregators, have different hedging strategies for their electricity portfolios. For example, earlier you heard from Ms. Clegg from PG&E, and she expressed that she oversees the gas hedging conducted by PG&E on behalf of PG&E bundled electric customers. So those hedges may help mitigate some of the impact of these prices on electric customer bills in the coming months. We will hear on this panel from Bill Walsh at Southern California Edison, and he can go into more detail to explain the factors that will determine the ultimate impact of wholesale energy costs to consumers. So I asked each of our 5 panelists, all of whom are experts, to offer their observations on how the recent gas prices, as well as, the patterns in weather, gas operations, gas regulations, how have those all impacted the electric markets in the past 2 months? Quick answer is a lot, but the details are much more interesting, so we're going to get a good bit of insight from this panel. These experts, as I said, they're going to touch on the costs and how and when these prices might flow through to electric consumers. So, and I've also asked each panelist to share their ideas or suggestions about what we should be considering in light of the current situation. So, without further ado, our first panelist is Amelia Blanke, a manager of monitoring and reporting in the Department of Market Monitoring. The DMM is an independent entity within the CAISO. Amelia's been at the DMM for a decade, and together with her colleagues, she produces a number of annual and quarterly reports that I, along with many of my colleagues, find incredibly useful and insightful. So, Amelia, please take it away, and then turn it back to me, and I'll introduce Bill. Thank you, Amelia.
Okay, thank you, Molly. The purpose of this panel today is to discuss the record high natural gas prices and the impact of those prices in the electricity market. I'll present a set of metrics today that highlight the mechanism that allows those gas prices to influence electricity prices. But there are many, many more available on our website, and I suggest that if you're interested, you go check that out there. Next slide, please. This slide shows monthly average natural gas prices. This is the same data that you've seen throughout the panel today, except that it's going all the way back to 2019. In addition to the very high prices in the last 2 months, I'd like to point out 2 things. The first is the difference between the Henry Hub, which was, as explained earlier, the national benchmark, and West Coast prices. You can see SoCal Citygate there in red in Southern California, and PG&E Citygate in yellow. The second thing I would like to point out is the relative stability of especially the PG&E Citygate price. If you extend this kind of graph, if you look at the data even going back a decade, PG&E Citygate price is notably more stable than other national indices, and that in large part has to do with historically the use of storage resources to mitigate price spikes in the natural gas market. And you can really see that, for example, in Winter Storm Uri back in February of 2021, when prices went up in Southern California, they did not go up in Northern California. One example there. Next slide, please. This chart shows the daily spot prices from December 1st through the end of January. Again, 2 points. One is the deviation between prices in SoCal Citygate and PG&E, particularly, and the Henry Hub. But as has been mentioned before, prices also rose in other parts of the West, and you can see that in some of the same hubs that have been mentioned by other speakers today. The second point is that this was an extended period of high prices. If you look at, for instance, the East Coast over the last weekend, when they had very, very cold weather, very high demand for natural gas. They had a price spike up to about $135, but today that price is back down. The same kind of pattern occurred with Winter Storm Uri. This was different partially because those high gas prices persisted throughout 2 months. Next slide, please. This slide shows the correlation between gas prices. This is showing the SoCal Citygate gas price, again, a monthly average in the dashed line, compared to electricity prices in the wholesale energy market. As Molly mentioned in the kickoff for this panel, there's an estimate published in the ISO's recent gas market report, which was published, I think, yesterday, that the wholesale energy cost in December alone is $3 billion higher than it would have been if natural gas prices had been lower. So that's a comparison, essentially, of December's wholesale energy cost estimate to the estimate of December in the year previous. This chart is set at a relatively efficient gas resource implied heat rate. The axis on the left-hand side shows the energy price, and the axis on the right-hand side shows the gas price. You'll note that one is about 10 times the other, so that's about a 10 heat rate. That implied heat rate is a very standard measure of market efficiency. That, I think, is telling, because what it shows you is that it's very typical for gas prices to be one of the primary determinants of energy prices. And obviously that's something we're seeing in the California ISO market, even as more renewables are integrated into that market. I'll note a couple other things on this chart while it's on the screen. The first is that there are instances when implied heat rates do rise, when prices are higher than you would predict based on gas price alone. For example, in August and September of this year, during the extended heat wave, or in August of 2020 during that extended heat wave. There are other months when the average price is lower than you would predict based on gas prices alone, for instance, in December and January of this year. Next slide, please. This chart really, I think, highlights some of the mechanism by which gas prices end up being reflected in energy prices. The panel on the left shows the day-ahead supply bids in the California ISO market on December 22nd, 2022, in red. That, as a reminder, is the day we had the highest spot prices in the gas market. So prices on that day were above $45 at all of the CAISO hubs, gas hubs. The blue line shows the supply in the bid into the market on December 22nd, 2021, in the same hour, which is the hour between 5 and 6 p.m. So obviously you see the supply curve shifting up as supply bids are increased, reflecting those higher marginal costs. One other note is that there was actually less supply offered in the market in 2022 compared to 2021. The chart on the right is a subset that just shows the gas resource bids. So these obviously are showing that there is an increased bidding reflecting those higher marginal costs that those resources are facing. Next slide, please. This shows the same data, again, showing December 22nd, 2022 on the left, December 22nd, 2021 on the right. Same supply curves showing the resource fuel type of those resources offered in the market 1 year compared to the other. The red is, and I realize the font is small on this, the red is gas and the green are financial-only bids. Some of the blue is showing other generation, so that includes renewables, wind, and solar, many of whom are offered in the market as price-taking, very low bid resources, shown in blue there. We are also showing separately storage resources, which are here shown in purple. In this particular hour in 2022, we saw prices at about $600. So the demand bid into the market was then intersecting with the supply curve at roughly the place where the gas resources end. Next slide, please. This chart shows the change in generation dispatched by the market on average in December 2022 compared to 2021. What this is showing is, that we had fewer imports, and those imports were substituted with gas, shown in blue, as well as storage and to some degree solar and other resources. That, to me, highlights the impact that some of these high gas prices and other factors may be having outside of the California ISO market. Next slide. This shows the same data for January. Obviously, a very, very different story. In January, what we saw was lower demand, and in fact, lower levels of dispatch for gas, imports, and solar that had to do with the weather. And with that, I think my time is up. I'll pass the mic back to Molly.
Okay, thanks very much, Amelia, for showing us what was actually happening in the market. Our next panelist is William Walsh. Bill Walsh is the Vice President of Energy and Procurement and Management Organization at Southern California Edison. Bill's responsible for Edison's wholesale energy contracting and management, and he is, of course, one of the first people I wanted to hear from when I saw these high prices, since he is responsible for procurement there. So take it away, Bill.
Thanks, Molly. Also, thank you to the Commission for allowing me to be here and talk on this important subject. Real quick, safety moment. You can see my face. I had a biking accident. Make sure you wear a helmet out there. If I had not been wearing it, it would have been much worse. So everybody stay safe out there. Wouldn't mind moving to the next slide. So this is just an overlay of the SoCalGas system, with the red dots being the resources that we owned or control through contracts. It's roughly 12 gas-fired units, our resources, totaling roughly 5,100 megawatts. Just sort of demonstrating our exposure to the gas market from an electricity standpoint. We have these resources, as well as a number of contracts are settled on the gas price under what are called qualifying facility contracts. And then, of course, whatever we pick up in unspecified energy in the market, where typically, as was said by the CAISO earlier, the market clearing price comes from a gas unit. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot of discussion around some of the fundamentals that drove all the high prices through December and January. I'm not going to go over them again. They've been sort of all been discussed, but I do want to mention a few things that we just find a little unusual during this period. One is the length of the period. So you have nearly a 2-month timeline where prices are very elevated. You see here about 300%. During that time, Henry Hub, which is the national benchmark, was trading between 3 and 7 the entire time. So you were not seeing gas being flowed or transported over from the eastern half of the country into the west. One thing you would expect or would hope is that prices would eventually balance out, especially as the timeline becomes longer and longer. There was also talk about storage levels being particularly low. That is true. Another thing that we saw that was unusual is that we did not have any market liquidity issues. And so all this pricing kind of points towards scarcity pricing, but for the most part, we did not have any issues around market liquidity. A lot of discussion on some of the pipeline explosions and some of the issues there. Again, no liquidity issues, as well as production levels across the U.S. were high. I will note, it's worth pointing out that the pipeline explosion and derate on El Paso occurred in August of last year. So it has been in that state for quite a while. In fact, it was in that reduced state during the heat wave event in September over those 10 days. There were tighter balancing requirements, so on a daily basis as non-core customers, for our generating units, we need to balance out the amount of gas that we nominate for burns on the next day for electricity use. They were tighter requirements, but we never got into emergency situations. And then we're still seeing elevated levels, but definitely towards the end of the month in January, but certainly at today, and I think it's been sustained for roughly a week, they've really come down significantly to more normal and even below normal levels. Next slide, please. So everybody's seen this multiple times. You know, on the top is SoCal and PG&E. On the bottom are Henry Hub, and then we've also added here the Permian Basin. One thing that just find interesting that I wanted to point out, you know, in this first box here to the left on December 9th, there's a cold weather front predicted for most of California and the West, really low temperatures. You can see how prices spike up and stay elevated during that time. Sort of interestingly, in December 21st, there was really low temperatures predicted in the Midwest, down the Permian Basin as well as Texas. There was risk of what's called freeze-offs on the wells. However, you did not see much price response during that period. Their gas price is not going to go up significantly. So I just wanted to juxtapose those two situations between the different areas. Next slide, please. So, you know, what's the impact, at least on our electric customers? The other RIUs will be positioned differently based on where they sit. But we recently filed what's called an ERA trigger application, and what that requires is we forecast what our energy costs are going to be, you know, moving forward. We then have a revenue that's intended to come to cover those costs. However, if the market, that's all in a forecast. If the market moves too much, we're required to file an application to request additional rate increases to take care of those expected costs that are supposed to increase. We made that filing here at the end of January, requesting close to $600 million in a rate increase that would be effective June 1st. Now, that's about a 4.4% increase for our bundled customer and generation rates. However, what we did, because we're expecting the trigger rates to happen within the 120 days, we're also seeing the possibility that prices are coming off, as I've mentioned earlier, that we may self-correct after that period. So what our intention is, given the volatility around prices and this sort of unique situation we have where we have this extreme price increase and then the potential to come down later on and have a self-correction, that we will update our filing by April or May, and may determine, based off of our forecast, that we will not need the price increase, the rate increase come June 1st. That's my hope. We're hoping to provide that relief to our customers so they don't have to see another rate increase based off of what happened here in the December-January timeframe. So, but we'll keep our eye on that and certainly keep pushing up to speed on that as we get closer to be able to make that call. I do know, you know, we do hedging activities all throughout December and January. That is our standard practice, and it does provide some protection from price volatility. And obviously, many of our hedges during that period were in the money. However, it's very important. I think there's two important aspects of it. One, we can never fully hedge against long sustained premiums. It can't be a full protection, and there comes a cost with hedging. In a vacuum, on a long run, hedging will always be more expensive than being just exposed to the daily price. As we pointed out, the climate credits will be going back to customers to help provide some relief. And then from a communication standpoint, we reach out to our customers in all types of channels, given the diversity of those customer types. But we did send out a number of notices about the rate impacts that were about to occur, as well as customer assistance programs that our customers could avail themselves to during this very tough period. That I will move on from there. My hope is ultimately, you know, the self-correction will make it so that it's possible that we won't have to be too much of an impact in the future on our customers. So what are some of the mitigations we can do to avoid this in the future? absolutely number one is reducing our reliance on natural gas in California and advancing those policies that will support California's GHG emission goals, especially around building and transportation electrification, making sure we're on the path to get those reductions come 2030 and ultimately 2045, where we can be net neutral in the state. As part of that, that's on the demand side. On the supply side, and I think the Commission has taken a lot of really good efforts around shoring up capacity from a energy storage standpoint. We're seeing a lot of that being built, but that needs to be continued out, not just on the storage capacity piece, but as well as the energy piece. I think as we get towards the end of 2030, you're going to start to see the need for more and more energy to fill these battery storage devices or energy storage devices, and we want to do that with clean energy, which would be more renewables on the system. I discussed hedging as being an important part of our portfolio. The other thing to consider is CCAs have their own potential hedging programs. But watching their financial health as well as those activities could help reduce the impact on their customers. Now, it doesn't impact ours, but when I think about this from a California perspective, that's important, something important to look at. I will note that the CPUC is looking at these issues in the provider of last resort proceedings, so they are being actively discussed, but is another area that can help provide protection for customers. One question that was teed up to me is, what about requiring gas generators to be hedged to help mitigate prices? I would say, I think it's probably beyond the jurisdiction. However, a lot of physical generation out there, that the owners of that are hedging their positions. But again, this comes at a certain cost and also limitations. I don't think the CAISO presentation got into it, but we did see a reduction in imports during the wintertime and an increase in gas burns of in-state resources. And so net, even if it's the same amount, we're burning more in-state, and I think that the forecast that we have and others would have is not to have as many gas burns expected to occur. So even if there was a requirement to be hedged, then we would miss that forecast because the burns would have been much higher within the state of California, and we still would have had quite a lot of price exposure from that perspective. So it's a long way of saying that I think it's not the end-all, be-all to solve our issues in terms of what can provide price protection for customers. It does provide some against volatility, but major market moves can be very difficult to deal with. I will say, gas storage is an important part of gas infrastructure. Assuming it's safe, Aleecia Canyon does help provide manage some of the price volatility that occurs in these markets. A while back, there was real issues with operational flow order penalties and those structures. They've been corrected by the Commission. I would encourage that to remain in place and not be changed based off of a lot of things that have happened recently. When I think about additional areas, I do want to say that I applaud Governor Newsom for requesting FERC to request that they investigate what has happened out here. I just pointed out some of the unusual things that we were seeing. I have no evidence or indication of something specific happening, but I do think there's enough there that's worth looking into. There are some other things around the edges. Some of it has to do with when we nominate gas for our units, and then when the CAISO market clears, the timing doesn't match up. So we have to nominate before we know what the CAISO is going to tell us what we have to do the next day. And sometimes that stuff can be misaligned, resulting in inefficient outcomes, at least on the pricing side for electricity. And then finally, just thinking about what else could be looked at, just consider scrutiny around the actions that are within the Commission's jurisdiction that could have an impact on the market to make sure everything was performed on a clean manner. So with that, I will hand it back to Molly and look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bill. That was a really helpful perspective. Next up, we're going to hear from another utility, one I do not ordinarily call upon as a CPUC regulator, but I am grateful that Marlon Santa Cruz from Los Angeles Department of Water and Power agreed to join us today. He's the manager of fuel and purchase power for Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which is the country's largest municipally owned utility. Marlon oversees the economic acquisition and reliable of delivery of fuel and electric generation to meet LADWP's load. So he is the bill counterpart at LADWP. Similarly, observing and experiencing these situations. So while he is not a jurisdictional utility for the CPUC, again, thank you, warm welcome to Marlin. Please take it away, and I'm looking forward to your perspective.
Of course. Thank you, Molly, and thank you, Commissioners, for the invitation to be here today. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So we're going to cover a little bit of background just as to who we are. As you mentioned, Molly, that we are not a CPUC overseen municipality or facility. So I'll just talk a little bit about DWP background and then jump into the actual topics. Next slide, please. So we are the largest municipally owned utility in the nation, and as such, that comes with certain responsibilities, including that we are a load-serving entity. We do serve the load that is the City of Los Angeles proper, and that also comes with the responsibility of balancing a grid, so voltage and frequency regulation, as well as making sure that we have economic access to power for the Los Angeles ratepayer. To that effect, we have structured ourselves vertically, meaning that not only do we have our own load that we have to serve, but we also have our own assets, our portfolio of generation assets for the sake of meeting that load, and then also having some market participation. So yes, we do have enough generation capacity, so to speak, to serve our entire load, the majority of which is actually served currently by renewable energy. But historically, that has been served by natural gas, and there's still a very large component of natural gas within our portfolio, in addition to nuclear, a bit of coal, and hydro, in addition to solar, wind, and geothermal that is coming onto the grid. And it is because of these environmental goals that we have set out for ourselves that we continue to bring more renewable energy onto the system, that we need to balance that intermittent energy with reliable baseload dispatchable energy, usually in the form of natural gas. So these environmental goals kind of also put us in a precarious position of inadvertent risk exposure. And I say that only because renewable energy gets the first right of refusal. It flows first. So we have to plan on a certain amount of energy coming from these assets on any given day. But if the sun doesn't shine, if the wind doesn't blow, if they don't behave the way that we had forecasted them to, we now have to make up the energy to serve the load with dispatchable generation. And that's why we're here talking to you today, because a good chunk of what we do is still based on natural gas. So let's go to the next slide, and we'll talk a little bit about how this event has affected us. So just for solidarity, there is a map of the Western North American natural gas pipelines, and Los Angeles has capacity rights on two of them. Number 7, which is the Kern River Gas Transmission Company, and, sorry, if you could go back to the map. Switch slides on me. And also number 18, which is Southern California Gas Company. So we have access to the markets out in the Northwest Rockies, primarily OPAL, which is the large market hub out in that area. And I just want to point out also pipeline number 20, TransCanada GTN system, because we're going to be talking about that a little bit further in the presentation. It is the red line that connects from the border with Canada down to the northern border of California. More on that later. Next slide, please. I guess there was a little bit of a delay with the highlighting of the pipelines. So current gas market conditions, obviously we've been talking about it all morning, so I'll try not to delay or be too repetitive on what has already been mentioned. Next slide, please. Historical natural gas prices. So in front of you is a histogram that cuts off at January 1st of 2020, the world before things got particularly crazy. So you see that there's some volatility, and we're used to there being price spikes. This is a market that responds to events, that responds to news, that whenever either supply is diminished or demand is suddenly increased, we're used to seeing a spike that will last maybe a day or so. Especially in the last few years since the shale revolution, you see the polar vortex that happened in 2014 was really just a couple days event, and also the Northwest Pipeline outage that happened in 2019. But now let's go into the world that we live in today. Next slide, please. Recent natural gas prices. Now the histogram covers up to 2023, January, and you realize that the scale had to change in its entirety. The polar vortex that we saw in 2021 shot prices up beyond $160. in the Rockies. I'm not talking about the highest price that was seen in the nation. And we see now the Western crisis, as I didn't exactly know what to call it, so we could call it whatever we want to. I'm putting this name out there for vote. But you see that it's several sustained days of high prices. This is no longer a spike. This is an event. All right. Let's go on to the next slide. So what caused this? The impacts of gas prices on electric generation markets. Let's see how one thing led to another. Next slide, please. So this is not the normal spike as I've been trying to highlight. Previously, at the end of November, right after Thanksgiving, it became a dichotomy of east versus west. Boston was having cold weather, and the West Coast simply had to pay a little bit more to get the gas to come over to us. But then they settled. Even the Henry Hub normalized in the $5 range. And we saw, for the first time in several years, after being blessed with mild weather, the first actual cold fall leading into a cold winter. We had sustained below-average overnight temperatures in the 30s and 40s throughout the entire West Coast, so everything west of the Rockies all of a sudden had increased demand. But what about supply? So one of the events that has not been highlighted today, everyone's been talking about El Paso, and we've known about that ever since the event happened. But there was a force majeure event on TransCanada GTN pipeline at Kingsgate that caused limited market access. Now, yes, there was chatter amongst the counterparties and amongst the marketers, which is a very sophisticated way of simply saying that this is hearsay. But I'd like to quote an article that was published in NGI on December 8th, the day after prices literally jumped. Quote, amid reports of a curtailment in volumes flowing through gas transmission Northwest Kingsgate location along the U.S.-Canadian border, Pacific Northwest prices raced higher during the period. Northwest Sumas fixed prices jumped $5.99 to $20.57, while Malin surged from $6.12 to $18.91, end quote. So we saw that overnight prices didn't just increase. They tripled or even quadrupled in some places that we had market access to. And this was because the forecast for cold weather was already there. But this force majeure was a bit of news that the market took into consideration. Another bit of news, low storage inventory. The same article and others were saying at the time that historically, compared to historical values, the Pacific stockpiles were at a 23.6 deficit versus the 5-year average. So I can't speak for PG&E. I can't speak for SoCalGas. Everything indicates that they did the right thing for their customers at the time. How they responded to this deficit, whether it be drawing from storage or going out to the market, they did what they had to do. They did the right thing. It was the markets that were selling to these large buyers and other electric generators, us included, that took this news and increased the price because all of a sudden there was more demand for it. And to add insult to injury, we were already aware of the ongoing pipeline restrictions, such as that happening on the Southwest pipeline, El Paso pipeline. So we saw that, again, the market responded to news. It was not the pipelines that were causing this. It was not OFOs that were causing marketers to tack on the penalty prices. This was simply the commodity cost at the primary markets suddenly jumping. Next slide, please. And just a little bit to show, we all experienced it, especially those of us that live on the West Coast. We were expecting mild temperatures as the first forecast shows in the image above, and then the second image kicked in and showed that, well, everything got a lot colder than we were expecting down here. And that appears that the same image was copied twice, so I'm just going to say I apologize for the error on this slide. Forecast temperatures were showing cold weather on the East Coast, and then it ended up being this atmospheric river that brought cold weather to the West Coast. Next slide, please. So we're a little bit remiss to publish our own generation cost data for obvious confidential and proprietary reasons, but this is publicly available prices posted by the CAISO. This is the Selmar LMP prices through December of 2022 and January of 2023, just to show that a $5 increase alone in natural gas prices more than doubled the cost of energy in the region. So that is the relationship that we'd like to highlight. It is not linear, that as natural gas prices increase, it's almost exponential how energy prices then continue to increase. And of course, as we saw, December was the worst month, but January was still a lot higher than we would have anticipated. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Can we jump to the next slide, please? Thank you. So also publicly available information as posted on the EIA website. This just is a benchmark showing other markets in the nation, and namely how the Northwest and CAISO skyrocketed past the relatively stable markets elsewhere in the other ISOs. So, next slide, please. Oh, all right. So the last one was simply about questions. All this to show that suggestions as to what should we do to actually fix the problem, well, as my counterpart at Edison noticed, the electric generators in California specifically are already in a race to try to reduce the reliance on natural gas and other fossil fuels. So that is simply happening, which is why I don't think there's a lot that we could do from a regulatory standpoint to try to cap prices on the market. It's just that not only are the electric generators on for a ride, but so are the pipelines and the LDCs, PG&E and SoCalGas. We're all in this together, simply trying to serve our core base customers. And it shows that there's just interesting things going on in the market. Why is it that the day after Senator Bradford sent a letter to the CPUC calling for an investigation, prices were slashed in half from the $20 mark to the $10 mark? And as news was then brought on about Governor Newsom's letter being made public, now we stabilize at $5 as of yesterday. It's just a little convenient to show that the market is responding to news and putting premiums on the commodity because of it. So that's my 2 cents, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Marlon. And sorry for the confusion about missing your closing slide there, but you handled that great. Our next panelist is Fred Hewitt, and continuing with this sort of outside the CAISO perspective. He's a senior policy analyst with the Northwest Energy Coalition. He has 4 decades of involvement with Western clean energy development, and he's going to share with us his perspectives on the what's been happening with the Northwest electric and gas markets. So take it away, Fred. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, because we just changed over here. Fred Hewitt in Portland with Northwest Energy Coalition. Thanks very much to the Commission for inviting me to speak on our Northwest perspective. The Coalition has over 100 organizational members. We also have individual members. Our members include environmental groups, community groups, labor, some local agencies, and some utilities. We have Portland General Electric, Northwest Natural, our gas company here in Portland, and Seattle City Light. Our mission is to promote a reliable, clean, and affordable and equitable energy system for the Northwest. And if you can go to the next slide, I can start the discussion. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but just to note, we saw many of the same features on the landscape over the last 3 months. We had lower than average temperatures on the west side here, even lower, much lower averages actually on the east side, and then gas prices, of course, that surged. It's showing the Sumas prices there. Northwest demand was up. Northwest hydro production, because we had a not great hydro year last year, was down. And gas generation, therefore, was up because those two are operating more or less in balance, counter to each other. And notably, because we had high demand in the Northwest, the amount of available energy exports, some hydro, some gas, from the Northwest to California declined dramatically in all 3 of the last months. If you can go to the next slide. Just to give a little bit more of a close-up on the Northwest gas system, we have 3 major pricing points you can see here: Sumas, Kingsgate, and ACO. ACO is kind of in the core area of Alberta. Kingsgate also comes down from Alberta, and Sumas comes from British Columbia, and you can see the basic map there. We have 2 main storage fields. One's in the Oregon, shown over there above Portland. One's on the Oregon side that's called Mist. It's about 16 BCF. And one on the Washington side is called Jackson Prairie, is about 46 BCF. You can go to the next slide. So again, everybody has to show a pricing chart. This is ours. The notable features of the last couple of months are price separation for the West, especially west of the Rockies, and even within the various zones of the West. For example, here's the Northwest. The low price there is ACO up in Alberta, which was completely independent of all this. The high price there, Sumas, that price surge started in mid-November and went up after Thanksgiving. And then the Kingsgate, the GTN pipeline coming down through Idaho from Alberta, that surged in early December. May have had something to do with force majeure, but we think that pricing effects were actually happening already even by that point. But you can see the kind of separation from east to west in this chart. Next slide, please. This is a chart from Portland General Electric showing the tight correlation between gas prices and Mid-C, our unorganized power market trading hub. So you can see very tight correlation there. Next slide, please. So a number of factors that we've already seen and discussed here, certainly the convergence of multiple factors that cause the scarcity pricing to go dramatically upward, especially on the gas side, but also on the electric side. This is going to result in probably the most consequential price event for customers since the power crisis 2 decades ago. Hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of an unanticipated cost. It's very difficult yet to say where that's going to go because we don't yet know how successful the hedging strategies were. But this is not an unprecedented event. We've had previous scarcity pricing episodes, for example, 4 years ago in February and March of 2019. We published a report on that, which is referenced at the end of our slides. We have an elevated risk of this going forward. The winter and summer conditions are quite different, but we feel that there's significant elevated risk now in both seasons that require action. And we really do have to take action now to deal with some structural issues, both in the markets and in the resource mix on the power side. Next slide, please. Most of the time, power markets are price takers, and that's going to continue, so we have to be aware of the issues there. Electric prices are regional, but gas prices are national, continental, and increasingly prone to market forces, global market forces, because of the rapid increase in LNG exports. When the Freeport LNG terminal had their explosion and outage last summer, the price at Henry Hub, which was fairly high at the time, $8 or $9, went down by $2 just because that inventory was now feeding back to the domestic market. When Freeport goes back online, probably in about a month or so, I expect the Henry Hub price to go back up maybe $1. So we're definitely more prone now to these international price context. Electricity power pricing, as discussed before by the ISO, is highly dependent on gas prices. That's a key issue here. And as mentioned by Edison, there are long-standing misalignments between the gas nomination cycle and the electric commitment and dispatch cycle that really create problems, ongoing structural problems that are now something we ought to take another look at. Next slide, please. So I won't read through all these, but I do want to make a couple comments. The California ISO issued a new report yesterday, which I've gone through already, and found, I really hope everybody takes a look at this. There's very important findings there. It's called the Gas Conditions and CAISO Markets Report. The first conclusion that I reached from looking at that was the kind of self-sustaining nature of the gas price model, especially from Thanksgiving to past the holiday season at the end of December. We have a thin market, less than 150 trades a day at PG&E. It's easy for a handful of trades to move that market. There's tight correlation of spot prices and forwards and the forward strip. As noted by Mark Pocta, the Bidweek phenomenon is a factor here. Everybody on the sell side knows that the buy side is going to be in the market at the end, last week of the month for the following month. And so the interaction between the very tight correlation of current prices and prompt month prices, the next month prices, is a really serious problem now, because if we're in one of these price surges, what are the utilities and power plants going to do? Are they going to buy an overinflated prompt month, or are they going to expose themselves to more direct spot price risk? This is a really serious problem now. The second big conclusion I've reached, that the ISO report reached, that has a lot of detail in the report, the massive impact on power markets, $4 billion plus impact on the notional value of the CAISO market in November through January. A lesser amount in the Northwest, but a significant, very significant amount. How much of that will be washed out by hedging, we don't know yet, but it's very significant. The figure 16 on the report on page 26 shows that the danger signs were in place months before, especially in August and September, where very, very high market prices occurred. These effects are similar, if somewhat in less magnitude, in the Northwest. So finally, to conclude, I just want to give a couple of thoughts here about potential response, and I'm not going to go through all these different issues. First of all, this is a regional problem. It's a Pacific and Western states regional problem. We have multi-billion-dollar impacts. It could happen again. We agree with Southern Cal Edison. The root cause is not markets, though they have problems, but rather overdependence on gas. We have a double bind of scarcity pricing in both the gas and power markets, but because power is a gas price taker, it puts us in a very tight spot during these market price breaks. Very high priority for us in the Northwest Energy Coalition is to provide customer information during these kinds of events to avoid the kind of total price shock we're seeing. Very important for the commissions to continue doing prudence review. We need to look at reform of hedging and fuel cost adjustment policies. We need forward-looking policy to address these structural issues. Certainly, demand-side load management should be dramatically accelerated on both the gas and electric side. And I want to commend California PUC and the utilities for really pioneering on gas demand response, but we need a lot more attention to that. We need to look at supply alternatives and reserves, potentially, and extending the dependence on gas for reserves on the power side is really not going to be the answer. We can certainly look at more batteries, maybe some use of hydro storage that's available, and a very important longer-term point, enlisting load and resource diversity across the widest western footprint possible, which is why we and many others are supporting the development and the activation of the energy demand, the extended day-ahead market that the CAISO is putting together. Finally, we really support coordination of the Pacific Coast and Western regulators and state agencies through existing organizations like CREPSI, as well as separate efforts. We'll encourage the commissions and agencies here in the Northwest to join together with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Fred, and thanks for all those insights. And I see you've got a paper up here from a prior incident. I did take a look at that. It was very insightful as well. Next up, I think if we can go to the next slide, we have Becky Robinson from the California ISO. As I mentioned earlier, our first speaker, Amelia, is from the independent entity within the ISO called the Department of Market Monitoring. Becky Robinson is from the ISO itself. She's a principal economist where she focuses on market policy and performance. Prior to joining the ISO, she held roles at FISTRA and FERC, and she was an advisor to Commissioner Cheryl LaFleur. So, Becky, if I can ask you to take the mic, and then I'll come back and do some Q&A. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate the opportunity to be part of this discussion today. I wanted to start with what will be background for some of you before we get into some of our observations over the events of the last couple months, but wanted to level set first on some of the fundamentals of the ISO market structure. The California ISO, our market supports three notable objectives. It dispatches generation at least cost. It reliably balances demand and supply moment to moment throughout the day. And it has made great strides in facilitating the transition to a decarbonized grid. In the market optimization process used in the California ISO's market, as we clear the market every 5 minutes, it uses locational marginal pricing And this marginal cost pricing is critical, again, for three purposes, at least. Number one, it disciplines suppliers to offer at their marginal cost. And two, provides transparent signals for resources to provide power when and where needed, both within the California ISO balancing area and in the neighboring balancing areas throughout the West through the Western Energy Imbalance Market. And then third, it provides signals for long-term contracting. And this, is both with respect to resource adequacy, which is a very important puzzle, as well as for hedging transactions, which other panelists have discussed a bit. But that's where, buyers and sellers may voluntarily transact for electricity at prices agreed to ahead of time. Those are informed by the ISO market signals and consistent with the competitive wholesale electricity markets. So the California ISO markets and the resources that participate in them reflect the cost to produce electricity. So gas prices are an input to the electric markets and can flow into the resulting electricity prices, as Amelia's charts showed. If and when gas resources are on the margin, which they often are, which is to say these gas prices are an input. So, the prior panels today discussed, potential reforms to gas pricing, gas operations, things you can do in the gas market itself. And so if such reforms put downward pressure on natural gas prices, then that will just sort of flow through suppliers' offers into the electric markets, flow into the bids into the CAISO market and put downward pressure on the electricity prices as a result. So to put it another way, kind of the most direct way of addressing the concerns raised here today is if you can do something in the gas market itself. And then, if that can be successful, then you don't necessarily need to do anything incremental on top of that to get to address any concerns about high electricity market prices, because it just flows through. Lower gas prices would just flow through into the electricity market for resource offers. And so now some observations on the events of the last couple of months that we've seen with high gas prices. Other panelists have done a great job of identifying many of the drivers for what is putting upward. And I won't go through all of those, but to mention one that hasn't perhaps got as much airtime that I just wanted to mention is generation retirement throughout the Western region. Just meaning that there are fewer other supply sources to switch to when gas costs rise. Ordinarily, you would sort of expect across the electricity market to see, different resources are economic or more or less economic at different points in time, and if you become less economic, then the market will dispatch other resources and not, tell a resource not to buy that expensive gas, right, because we can run something else instead. And as we've seen, for instance, some coal, continuing coal retirement throughout the rest of the West, there's just sort of a little less switching available for the market to do. And I mention this because I think this underscores the interrelatedness of the gas market and the electricity market. And I think in terms of some of the potential, I don't want to say reforms, but potential things to consider going forward, thinking about coordinated planning between and across the gas and electricity space could be very important, as given that interrelatedness and that interdependence. And then on the issue of reliability, we did want to note that while gas prices have been unprecedented in magnitude and duration that we've seen over the last couple of months, thus far the higher gas prices have not affected the actual reliable operation of the electric system. We haven't heard, or through the outreach we've done, we have not heard that there have been actual threats to gas curtailment for resources or anything like that. So it's not been a question of whether you can get the gas, it's just been a question of at what price. But we will continue to monitor the ISO markets to address any unusual market results. And as others have mentioned already, yesterday we published a report on the recent impacts in the gas and electric markets, So with that, we look forward to the discussion on this panel, and the ISO is ready to work with California entities and entities throughout the West on the path forward. And thank you very much again.
Thank you, Becky. I am, as your moderator, I'm going to go ahead and ask one question, and then I'm going to turn it over to President Reynolds to see if she wants to ask a question, and then we'll go to the rest of the dais. So my question is, and you know, maybe my panelists can raise their hands to see if who's most eager to answer. Otherwise, I'll pick on one of you. My question is about what we do to sort of mitigate price spikes. So the U.S. has a strategic petroleum reserve. We recently used it in an effort to address gasoline price spikes, which flow through to consumers. When the CPUC adopted the core non-core policy in the 80s, it did so because electric generators had the ability to fuel switch from natural gas to oil in times of high prices. Since that time, you know, almost all electric generators that run on natural gas have removed their oil tanks. They can no longer fuel switch, and yet they remain non-core. So do you think California should consider something like a strategic reserve for natural gas for electric generation? Bill, you know, definitely, you know, explained how hedging comes at a cost, but what would the benefits be, and what would the obstacles to that approach be? And I'll let you raise your hand bravely, any of my panelists who want to talk about electric generator hedging requirements. All right, Bill and Fred. And then see, I'll let the two of you go, and then I'll turn it to President Alice Reynolds. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, I think ostensibly that's what the storage facilities that currently exist provide for us, that they are that sort of reserve that helps prevent the price volatility around those price spikes that may occur. And so that's kind of my point around them being an important feature of the gas infrastructure. And again, I think the gas utilities were describing it correctly as a combination of reliability from a gas standpoint, so for you know, core customers, as well as providing that price protection. So in a way, it kind of exists. One thing that I didn't get to, one of my bullet points, was in Southern California, that access to storage or being able to use it from a electric generator standpoint does not exist anymore. That may be something worth looking at to see if that could be made available to provide more tools to prevent price volatility on the electric side for that class of customer.
So this is Fred. I think we should be looking at lots of things. You know, not all of them may be feasible. The point about having a physical gas reserve would be similar, I guess, to a strategic petroleum reserve, but there are lots and lots of policy issues with how to do that. Who's responsible? When do you use it? James Bushnell wrote some interesting comments on this whole topic around the time of the energy reserve bill discussion last summer, and he also testified in that bill. You know, it's something we might want to look at on the gas side. Could we find a way for the states, and I think this would be a Western multi-state effort, ideally, you know, to reserve some space that could be used. Well, I don't know, but we should look at that. On the power side, I think we have more options. Batteries provide a kind of intraday storage, and I commend you to the new chart on the CAISO website showing now the hybrid performance, which for yesterday, for example, clearly showed the ability to move energy from the day to the evening ramp and also into the morning ramp by using the same hybrid facilities. Both in California and in the Northwest, California has a fair bit of hydro storage, especially in low hydro conditions, that could be used in that way. And in the Northwest, of course, we have a gigantic resource. There are lots and lots and lots of constraints to doing this with hydro, but you know, how many billions of dollars do we have to hand off to the markets before we decide to change the way we're doing the supply side? The supply side, of course, and we can get into this, is only one half the equation. We have lots of things we should be doing on the demand side as well.
Okay, President Reynolds, we have until about 12:35. I did see Becky put her hand up. Do you have a quick addition? And then I think Elliot has got his hand up, but I'm gonna let Becky go real quick and then turn it to President Reynolds, unless she didn't mean to.
No, thanks. Just quickly, I think it's a great question. Certainly, gas storage seems like it is a prominent driver, right? Even as we're in sort of this perfect storm of lots of different drivers, it feels like gas storage is a big is a thing that feels like it wants to be tackled in this in trying to figure out how to move forward from here. You know, I would just advise. I think it's important to kind of think through who to put that, what entities to put that on, and how that syncs up with market dynamics. So, for gas generators, for instance, if from some of the outreach we've done, we understand that they, do sell power forward, and that those hedging transactions that is settled, not at the day ahead and real time prices that are shown on those charts, but those are settled at prices agreed to ahead of time. And so, my sense from the outreach we've done is that when that happens, you place the risk of the price on the gas generator, for instance, and so you take that risk off of these customers, and so I think if you are asking, should gas generators be required to put gas in storage, separate and apart from those hedging transactions, I might expect that they would price the risk that the forward gas purchase may become uneconomic, by the time it comes around to actually produce the electricity. And so there might be a premium that shows up somewhere in terms of, covering that risk on their side. But certainly it seems like there are ways to think through. I'm not offering sort of the specific way to structure it, but I think it's important to think through the different entities, the different incentives, and where those lie. Thanks.
President Reynolds.
Thanks, Molly. I'm not going to take too much time. I want to give my fellow members of the dais time to ask questions, but I had a quick question for Bill. And it's about the difference between the southern system and the northern system. And so we saw prices at PG&E Citygate to be similar to prices in the southern system, but there was a significant difference in, I think, the procurement prices and certainly the prices that core gas customers saw. So this might be more of a direct question for SoCalGas, but given your visibility into the situation and your experience, do you have thoughts on why we might have seen that difference?
Yeah, the way I understand it, and I'm getting a little out in front of my skis, is that we have on the power side we have our ERA account, forecasting, balancing account. It has something to do also with the timing of the gas balancing accounts for the two service territories on the gas side. But that's about the extent of my knowledge on that, where the prices were the same, but when you're forecasting your rates and you need to rebalance it, you may see, if they're not completely lined up in terms of when SoCalGas is doing it, when PG&E is doing it, you may just see when those rate increases are coming at different times. But that's about as far as I can tell from an actual rate impact on customers at the end of the day.
Okay. Anyway, does the LADWP have any thoughts on that, or maybe it's something to save for later? I want to see if anyone else had any thoughts.
Likely something to save for later as we continue to bring more renewables onto the system. It's just the way that we're set up. It's a little bit of a different paradigm, particularly participating in the CAISO's EIM market also. It's difficult to forecast what our natural gas burn is going to be from one day to the next. So there's a bit of a compounding problem here when it comes to figuring out what our gas burn is going to be and then subsequently responding to the market.
Okay, great. Molly, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks. I'll just go in the order I saw them. I'd like to turn to the CEO of CAISO, Elliot Mainzer. Do you have a question?
Thanks, Molly. Yeah, really outstanding conversation here, and there's been a lot of talk today about the dependencies between the gas market and the power market, and gas being a key input to electricity prices. Bill, this is something, keying off something you said, maybe others may also have a perspective, but I know for a long time I've heard discussions about the need, maybe some potential to better align the power market scheduling windows and gas nomination processes just for visibility, transparency. Is there anything that you see that would be fairly actionable in that realm that could maybe better harmonize both inside of California, maybe also across the broader West, which has also been experiencing these phenomena?
Yeah, I can tackle it, Elliot. Yeah, we did introduce this concept a number of years ago where we're making our gas nominations essentially after we get our IFM awards. So maybe I'll back up, not get so wonky. I'm looking at Elliot, that's why I did. But essentially, when we say how much gas we're going to use, we don't put that amount in until we find out how much power our generators have to give, because they're directly correlated. I want to be clear here, though. I think that inefficiency is not what's causing the price spikes through this two-month period. It just makes it a little more difficult for us to balance, and I think ultimately does increase costs at the end of the day, but certainly not what we've seen throughout the couple of months. So when we looked at it, Elliot, I think the challenge is there's so many market dynamics. You're basically moving to, even if you just say just the CAISO, moving the CAISO market runs and calculations, and then moving the gas market simultaneously on when they have to nominate, that it became a bridge too far because of the amount of market changes that had to occur, and then impact across the West. Forget, I'm not even bringing in those secondary effects. So, I think it's something to work at to see if there's a value there that could be worked out, but I am well aware of the sort of practical implications that would occur on changing those market dynamics.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Seeing no one else chiming in, I'm going to go to Commissioner Gunda next, and then Commissioner Douglas, and if the other members of the dais just saw Commissioner Shiroma, if you can raise your hand, I'll call on you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Bill, I think maybe this is a question to you and Fred. First of all, thank you. It was a super helpful panel, and also specifically Amelia, I think raised some things that was really helpful for me. So 30,000 foot level, I just wanted to kind of build on what Elliot was just asking. Are we talking about a true scarcity here in the market, or kind of a structural proxy of scarcity given the misalignment of timing, or both, right? It seemed that we're talking about both elements, and wanted to understand what is really happening in terms of the scarcity and how those prices are being misaligned in time that then kind of goes through the entire process. So if anybody can comment on that, thank you.
Let's go to Amelia first, and then I saw Fred's hand up.
I'll repeat something that was just said. I don't think this is an issue that has to do with the alignment between the gas and the electric market. Part of the reason that you can see that is the extended period of high prices. What we did see changing in the gas market was the expectation of the use of gas in storage to mitigate price spikes. If you go back to some of the notes that were made in the first panel and put them together with things said in the second and third panels, you'll see that's a pretty consistent finding throughout this en banc. Thanks.
So my opinion is that the price spikes, especially the weather-driven ones that we get both summer and winter, you can kind of understand why that's happening. There is a real scarcity aspect to it. But the long tail, especially after those price spikes that we saw over the last month, when weather conditions had clearly abated and we're back to, maybe a little cooler or maybe a little warmer overall, but those very high gas market prices persisted, indicate something is happening structurally in the gas markets that enables that to occur, and we really got to look at that. It's not a matter of gaming necessarily. It may just be market structure.
Okay. Commissioner Douglas, you're up.
All right. Thank you. And I don't know if this is too speculative to answer or not, but do you foresee the potential for the gas issues and the actions parties have taken to mitigate their exposure by, say, to these high costs by, say, running more hydro or something like that? Is this something that could affect summer reliability, or do you think, or how could it potentially affect summer reliability, if at all?
I can tackle this one, at least from the California perspective. Even going back to the last question about scarcity, we did not experience liquidity issues in the gas market. Now, let me compare this to the polar vortex from a couple of years ago. We were having trouble getting gas. There was true scarcity in getting the actual physical molecules. Now, in the summertime, I think for the most part what we've seen is that, one, we'll have more resources available. Solar's able to produce a lot more electricity. We'll have additional storage resources. Certainly, anytime we're short gas, it could bring a reliability issue. But even over the last couple of heat waves we've had these last 3 years, while gas was at an elevated level, in the $16 range, we were never in a position where we had difficulty on getting gas to gas units. It was more about having the gas units to actually burn it. So that has not been an issue in even some of the most straining of circumstances. I think the Commission has also done well to allow some loosening of Aleecia Canyon withdrawals during those periods to make sure that we do maintain electric reliability. But obviously, it's not an endless pool at the end of the day. But I think for summertime, my main concern has probably been more around the amount of capacity on the system being able to meet the system need at the end of the day.
Okay, it looks like Fred wanted to jump in, and then I'll go to Commissioner Shurma.
Thanks. Very quickly, just to say, I think if we unpack this a little bit more, I think we will find structural differences in demand between winter and summer, and also by region. Northwest winter gas demand is very different because we have so much more heating here. Summer demand is more aligned between the regions, but the resource side also is different between winter and summer. I think that when we start looking at that more structurally, we'll find some important clues about the right ways to come up with responses.
Okay, and then I saw Marlon's hand, sorry, and then Commissioner Shurma. Marlon, did you want to jump in on this point? Or
Sure, I'm just going to echo what Bill was saying, in that during the summer, I'm going to speculate, if I had to presume, this isn't going to be the same issue during summer, because during summer, at least in Southern California, the issue has never been the volume of supply to meet load. It's simply been the instantaneous or the hourly load that the pressure in the pipeline may be diminishing because all of a sudden you have electric generators sucking everything out of there really quickly as we ramp up. And the fact that it is the injection season, generally supply is not that big of an issue in the summer as it is during the winter.
And then Commissioner, thank you for that. And Commissioner Shurma.
Thank you. If I editorialize for a moment, I really think that a lot of what we're experiencing today is a result of deregulation from 20 years ago and the uncoupling of power generation from our investor-owned utilities. But having said that, I have a granular question, and that is, on our CPUC website, we indicate that 65% of our gas use is by non-core customers. That would be power generation and industrial manufacturing, what have you, uses. 35% for core, which is residential. And I think, I always look for indicators, and I would say that tells us, during the summer, we've got air conditioning needs. More and more air conditioning needs. And so, insofar as we have to very much pay attention to the year-round impact of what's happening with the gas prices. In that same set of indicators, metrics, it talks about in California, and by the way, I do think this is a regional problem that we've got to figure out regionally. We've got a Western Conference coming up in May. There's 19% of customers who receive gas directly. My question is, does anybody know, did they experience the same impact? I mean, these 19% receive directly from interstate pipelines or directly from California producers. does anybody know if they experience the same price pressures as the core and non-core overall? And do they have the ability to hedge?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, which customers are you referring to? I think I missed it in the audio.
Well, there evidently are 19% of the 100% receive gas directly from pipelines and from California producers. They go through a third party, or they're not going through our investor-owned utilities or what have you. Do we know if they experience the same price spikes? And the answer is we don't know. That's okay.
Yeah, I think it would depend on whether if they're buying in that spot market, then absolutely doing it. So the question would then become, did they hedge their position to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish? And I think whether they have or not will probably be dependent on what exactly the industry and whether it makes sense for them. I think typically if you're a physical operator of some sort of mechanical or generation type unit, some level of hedging is just prudent from a risk management standpoint. But if they're unhedged, then yeah, absolutely, they're feeling the price spikes.
I think you all on it.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner, did you have a further question?
No further questions. Thank you. To say thank you very much for this excellent morning and afternoon. May have a few closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Amelia, you looked like you were going to jump in, shaking your head. No, you're good. Okay. So I think I'm going to, at this point, turn it back over to my colleague, Christina Abajun. And thank you very much to my panelists, and thank you to the dais for these excellent questions and your attention.
Thank you, Molly. That concludes all three panel discussions for today. I want to thank all of our panelists and moderators for the excellent, insightful discussions. Francisco, can you pull up the deck, please? Thank you. So it is now time for public comment. As a reminder, if you would like to make verbal comments today, please dial 800-857-1917. The access code is 1767567#. You may also email your comments to us at gaspolicy@cpuc.ca.gov. To make comments today over the phone, please go ahead and unmute your phone, press *1, record your first and last name slowly and clearly when prompted. You will then be placed into a queue in the order that you have identified yourself. If you wish to cancel, please press *2. And please note, we are only able to accept public comment at this time. Please do not pose any questions to the dais or panelists. Again, you may also email us your questions. Operator, will you please announce the first speaker?
The public comment line is now open. Our first speaker is Lionel Morris.
Hello?
All right. Sorry, Lionel, apologies. I just wanted to note that at this point you have 2 minutes for your comments. You will hear a chime when your time is up. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Lionel Morris. I am a City 6 resident of the San Fernando Valley. I'm also a board member with the Sun Valley Area Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking in my own capacity. I am very disappointed with the gas prices from SoCalGas. The cost per therm has skyrocketed significantly, and many of us are low-income, working-class families, myself included, and I am low-income and cannot afford to pay more in utility costs, such as gas, water, or power. And I strongly believe that the California Public Utilities Commission and the state legislature should look into the gas price increase from SoCalGas because we feel that SoCalGas unfairly is price gouging to take advantage of the market situation with due to climate change and cold weather impacting the whole country. And we believe that SoCalGas is just keeps raising its rates per therm, and it's unfairly hurting working class families, myself included. And many people have posted this on Nextdoor, a social media account, and on Twitter expressing their concerns. And I've taken action by sharing resources and information to my neighbors and my community to inform them how to make public comment. And I've also read the Consumer Watchdog that's looking into this. And we feel that the California Public Utilities Commission should investigate SoCalGas and its parent company, SEPRA, I think, and why they're price gouging. And they should not be price gouging because they keep raising their rates every single time they request a rate increase, and it's not fair for working class families. Please investigate this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. I apologize. I actually meant to say that we will allow 1 minute for comment because of the number of callers we have in the queue. So apologies for that. Operator, will you please announce the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Noemi Luna.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Well, thank you very much for hosting this information or discussion session. There's a lot really going on from a residential customer perspective. There's a lot of big words and jargon and processes that are really not privy to the public. And I think that this is great, a great forum to hear all of this out. But it is a big concern when we, as a residential customer, that we went from $50, $80 a month to double, and then it seems like it went to 4 times that cost. I, as a residential customer, my house is about 3,000 square feet. I was paying $50 on a monthly basis, and then it skyrocketed to $118, and now this month it went up to almost $400, which I could say that as a resident, it's obscene, especially when we're trying to catch up with the different expenses. Hello?
Yes, thank you for your comment. I just wanted to note that your time is up.
Okay, how can I get back on the queue?
At this point, we have a full queue and we have a limited time, but please feel free to email us additional comments to gaspolicy@cpuc.ca.gov. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Carl DeMaio. Your line is open.
Thank you. As all of you know, as CPUC commissioners, California utility rates are not set by the utilities. They're set by you as appointees of state politicians. If you or Governor Gavin Newsom really want to find the root cause of our high utility costs, look in the mirror. You and the governor are the ones forcing California ratepayers to pay the costs of your extreme fixation on climate change. This Friday, the Transparency Foundation will release a study of utility rate cases approved by your commission. The study shows that you're charging Californians 67% higher rates for electricity and 30% higher rates for natural gas than the national average. You've also imposed hidden state taxes through unnecessary charges, including public purpose programs, various climate change regulations, resulting in a hidden tax rate on each ratepayer's bill of 26 to 30% for electricity and 17 to 28% for gas. In PG&E's 2023 rate case submitted last month, they actually admit that the rates are driven, quote, by the impact of the state's decarbonization strategy. Some of you mentioned gas storage. Well, that's ironic given the fact that your policies have discouraged electricity or utility companies from storing gas, including PG&E's decision to abandon gas storage investments in June of 2021. In closing, you expected these high rates. The rates will only get higher because of your forced transition to virtue signaling energy sources versus cost-efficient energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Aguirre.
Good morning. This was not a hearing. There was no evidence, no sworn testimony. The utilities sat on the same side of the desk as the regulators. What we need is an OII to allow the customers to participate in a real investigation to find out facts such as, does SoCalGas mark up the prices for natural gas before it sells that natural gas to SDG&E? Third and finally, the fact that the electricity prices are still so vulnerable to the natural gas prices show that the climate change progress has been way overstated. We don't know exactly. I do agree with one thing that one of the commissioners said, and that is this goes back to the deregulating of the markets. We need to tackle that. Please, please, please think about the public interest. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Smith.
Okay, so on slide 25, SoCalGas casually showed they stopped injecting gas from the storage system for 4 weeks, smack in the middle of the price spike. They stopped December 21st and resumed on January 16th. Then after the injections were resumed, the spot market imploded. Now we're back to competitive rates. So a question that needs to be answered, I know we cannot address panelists directly, but why did SoCalGas do this for the 4 weeks in the middle of the price spike? And then secondly, everybody else has kind of alluded to this, on the counterparty side, on the spot market, were any Sempra subsidiaries involved, perhaps ones not regulated by the CPUC, or even the bilateral contracts indexed to the spot market? So I'll shoot an email too and hope this gets answered by somebody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Troy Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon or morning, whichever it is. Just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I'll be turning 67 in a couple of months. I'm on the CARE program, and I know a lot of seniors are, and I don't understand how some of these people are saying that their utilities or gas utilities have went from $50 a month to $400 a month, and how seniors and people on limited income can afford to stay warm. And it's like California doesn't really care. The commission that you guys are on, Governor Newsom, he's cutting back on oil. He's cutting back on oil production and making all our prices, our costs of gasoline, food, electricity, and gas power to warm our homes, and I don't understand. I'm just a simple man. I worked on a farm all my life, and I can figure this out, and don't understand why you guys still want to raise all of these prices. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to, they're going hungry, and they're cold, and they're going to be hot in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Operator, I think we have time for one more caller, and then unfortunately, we do need to move on to closing remarks. But again, please feel free to email your comments to us, gaspolicy@cpuc.ca.gov.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Charles Langley. Charles, your line is open. All right, our last speaker is Steve Hicks.
Thank you. My name is Steve Hicks. I'm a lifelong San Diegan. My mother is 90 years old. She recently installed all new gas furnaces, and she keeps her house nice and cozy. Her bill was $500 just for the gas portion. This is insane. This CPUC event brings the term gaslighting to a whole new level. With all of the data and presentations, and I'm a data analyst, you failed to observe that the CPUC sets the rates and forces the providers to charge what they do. We are on to you, and it's a political solution that's required to get rid of all of this green new steel. Thank you.
Thank you. Operator, I was just advised that we actually do have time to go through the rest of the callers in the queue, if that's not too late. So please go ahead with the next caller.
Sure. Our next speaker is Janice Hall.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As a resident of San Diego, what I'm experiencing, like so many others, are outrageously high gas fees to the point that I entirely shut my heater off. I keep all my lights off. I don't even try to put lights on. And I still notice I get charges where the electric delivery, which confuses me to death, is between 67 to 90% of my entire bill. I've been told that that has something to do with helping with the infrastructure costs. I truly believe that CPUC, if you really are the true regulating body of these utility companies, needs to do much greater in-depth work accounting-wise and looking into exactly what is going on when we get these bills that we can't understand. We get all these little, rewards telling us, oh, you did good, you suffered to the nth degree, so now we're going to have a chance to cut back. So I think the CPUC needs to really step up and really do regulating and do investigating. Thank you.
Our next speaker is
Patricia Baines. Hi, my name is Patricia Baines. I'm a SDG&E customer, and I'm reaching out with the ludicrous and astronomical rates of gas charges. I would like to know how the CPUC believes these increased rates are affordable or unacceptable for Californians to absorb, where families are going to find the funds in their already tight budgets. The cost of living in California for middle class, which makes up more than half the residents of the state, is out of control and unsustainable. Every consumer category has seen all-time high inflation rates all at the same time, and now natural gas is added to the list. When each category is looked at in silos, the impact is manageable. However, with this all compounded simultaneously, the true effect is magnified to an unsustainable level for families to survive. I broke down when I saw the increase in the natural gas charge from SDG on my last bill. Their gas rate went up 228% from 1.06 in December to 3.45 in January 2023. This is also a year-over-year increase from January 2022 rate of 0.84. This came right after the holidays during a colder than normal month with little to no time prepared, no alternatives, and not even knowing what our final bill would be.
I just wanted
SDG&E just released their gas energy rate.
I need you to quickly wrap up so that everyone has a chance to speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I'll start with this. I have small children at home. I'm holding their little cold hands, and it breaks my heart. No one should have to hear their kids say they're cold, but what makes it worse is reaching out and being told you don't need help as part of the middle class. I've spoken with so many different groups and organizations SDG&E has promoted to help with the rising gas prices. However, I qualify for none of them. To get help, I was told I need to leave the state. I recently learned about a program that SDG is offering called Neighbor to Neighbor, where San Diego residents hand out money to those who can't afford their bill from their own paychecks. This is great, but why can't our state do anything to help us? Thank you.
Thank you. Operator, next caller, please.
Our next speaker is Andreas Malik. Your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Andreas Malik. I live in San Luis Obispo County, and I work as a district director for Assemblymember Donnelly, whose district includes parts of San Luis Obispo, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties. The number one issue that our constituents are calling us about is the drastic increase in their utility bills. Someone at the beginning of this meeting today referred to it as a sticker shock, but it is much more than that. For many of our constituents, it's true hardship, as they simply can't afford to pay a bill that is 3 times higher than what they budgeted for. We've had constituents with bills as high as $800, a 4-time increase from the previous one, even as they lowered their usage. Our residents are left with few options on how to navigate the situation, and they're quickly losing trust in the agencies that allow this to happen without proper planning and mitigation. I appreciate everyone's input today, and I hope that you can not only plan for the future to prevent this kind of situation from happening again, but to provide adequate relief that is desperately needed today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martha O'Connell.
Hello, is the line open?
Your line is open.
Okay, I got an email from an assembly person asking me to come today. I've waited hours, and you're giving me 1 minute. We are the most important people, not the panel, and you need to give these people more time than 1 minute. I'm really confused as a senior who wears 3 layers of clothes to bed and doesn't turn on my heat because I can't afford it. All I heard you guys whining about was you don't make any money. But I went online and it says you make $20.64 billion in 2021. And your total assets are $103.33 billion. This is PG&E. Okay, as far as the PUC goes, I'm sorry, guys, you are a joke. I agree with the guy that said, you're sitting up there with the utilities. Where are the people that you're supposed to be representing? And the advocate, I've never heard anybody make such a weak speech. You need to be replaced because you're not doing your jobs, and you are in bed with the utilities, and you are hurting the citizens. Bad job, guys, as usual.
Our next speaker is Marcel.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcel Haberger. I am an attorney with the Utility Reform Network. I really just wanted to comment on one issue. I appreciate the data concerning gas prices that emphasized west-wide increase in gas prices. But the reality is that for January, the gas prices charged by Southern California Gas Company were 2.5 times the price for PG&E. I think President Reynolds asked an excellent question as to why was that. And I did not really see in the presentation concerning gas demand and weather and prices and transportation lines and storage any discussion of what was the difference between PG&E and Southern California Gas Company that accounted for a 2.5 times price difference. And I certainly hope that PUC will follow up and investigate to determine whether there is something in the activities of these 2 utilities that should be addressed by the Commission. Thank you very much.
Christina, there are no more speakers on the public comment filling.
Thank you, Operator. Okay, well, that concludes our public comment session for today. Again, as a reminder, if you have comments you'd like to submit to us, please email them directly to gaspolicy@cpuc.ca.gov. With that, I would like to turn it over to President Reynolds for her closing remarks.
Thank you, Christina. I did want to thank everyone for attending today, and as well as thank all of the members of the dais for participating. And I wanted to also extend a special thanks to all the panelists for taking the time to prepare and present information in such a clear way. I really appreciated all of the discussions, and I also appreciated hearing from the members of the public who called in to tell us about their experiences. I think that, it shows the reason to do meetings like this where we really get sunlight the reasons for the drivers behind the gas price spike that we saw, which of course is beyond the normal increase in gas bills that folks see as we transition from summer to winter. I also wanted to remind everyone that they should be seeing the climate credit show up on their bills. We hope it will be in the next bill cycle. The utilities have all been instructed to provide the credit as soon as possible, and that's between $90 and $122. Some will see a combined electricity and gas bill credit to get to those amounts to provide some relief during this time of the recent price spike. I also was encouraged to hear from the PHMSA representative that the El Paso line will be back in service on February 15th. That's great news, and really will be a great improvement to the current situation when where that gas line has been down for quite some time. And I also want to note that we'll be following the next steps following the governor's letter to the FERC and whether there's a need to examine the situation more closely from an investigatory perspective. And we have met with FERC staff and will continue to do so. With those steps, though, I do believe that we need to have follow-up on this question, and I understand our staff will be taking the materials that we'll be presented today and assessing next steps. So I very much look forward to continuing to examine the causes that we saw for the situation that we saw, to look for ways to mitigate similar situations in the future. So with that, thanks again, and I'll turn to other members of the dais for closing remarks. Chair Sharma.
Thank you, President Reynolds, and for convening this en banc. I feel that the speakers were excellent, with deep knowledge. Thank you to the folks who phoned in with very, very impassioned messages to us. I want to assure the speakers, or the folks who called in, maybe didn't speak, but have listened to the conversation through this morning, this afternoon. I want to assure them that the team at the CPUC is working very hard. They are very experienced. They've got a lot of knowledge towards troubleshooting, towards problem solving. I mentioned before in my comments that I think many of the ills that we are experiencing today is an artifact of deregulation. Having said that, doesn't mean that we not problem solve. We must problem solve. I heard loud and clear the message that the cost of inaction is increasing rapidly, and that cost is put up on the customers, both industrial and residential customers, the power generation. I think it's unconscionable that consumers don't have more protections against the whim of news. That news can have such an impact on the cost of gas. I think the further investigations by the FERC is going to be important, as well as activities that we are doing at the CPUC, the Energy Commission, the CAISO. I know that it is complex. It is a landscape of looking at the equilibrium of storage, of hedging, of anticipating weather and drought, of safety of the pipelines, the maintenance of the pipelines. We do a lot here in California. What about the rest of the nation? I think PHMSA has adopted new requirements that are very important, but we must be on a constant quest to see if there's more that can be done to maintain the integrity, because even as we are looking to decarbonize, we are heavily reliant upon this infrastructure and on natural gas. So I do look forward to working with my colleagues to problem solve and towards looking at how do we provide for greater protections for the customers in California and across the region. Thank you, and back to you, President Reynolds.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, President Reynolds. I will try to be brief, given that we're a little over time. I'll echo the thanks of everyone to the panelists, the public, and the staff who supported this en banc and our response to high gas prices. I really want to just focus in on one of the factors that we talked about in the spike of prices. That's the demand side. I think we've heard discussion of how increasing demand due to cold weather contributes to price spikes. I really want to continue hearing from utilities about how they can empower their customers with information that prices are anticipated so that customers can respond in advance of events, hopefully both to mitigate price spikes in the market as a whole, but also to save on their own bills in advance of those bills coming to them in January. Thank you.
Commissioner Houck.
Just briefly, I just want to thank everyone, staff, the panelists, those on the dais, and the public for their participation in today's event. This is a critical issue that we are all taking seriously. This is just the beginning of what we're looking at. And then just to follow up on Commissioner Reynolds' comment, as I've said before, I think we need to also really double down on looking at demand-side solutions to some of the bill issues with load flexibility and demand response issues. And with that, just again, want to thank everyone for joining us today.
Great. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you. And just very briefly, I'll just join in the thanks to staff, panelists, and the public who took the time to call in and participate today. And I'll very much looking forward to next steps here. Thank you.
Great. Now I'll go to Vice Chair Gunda.
Thank you, President Reynolds. I'm having difficulty turning on my camera, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for convening this important conversation. From the public comments as well as just the panelists, I understand how important of an issue this is for a number of people in California, and look forward to the next steps on continuing to unpack and figure out solutions to manage these price spikes in the future. So thank you, President Reynolds, to you and the Commission staff for both including us and for your leadership on moving this conversation forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm assuming that Chair Hochschild, I know he had to go to another appointment. Okay, I don't see him on. So let's now go to Elliot Mainzer. You're on mute, Elliot.
I wanted just to express my appreciation, President Reynolds, for the panelists. I think this was an extremely important conversation today, and also just really hearing the voices of California as well. And so we look forward to working with all of you to continue to our work together, developing infrastructure, supporting reliability, and also affordability during this important transition. So thank you again for including us at the CAISO today. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for joining. And that concludes comments from the dais, so I'll turn it back to you, Christina.
Thank you, President Reynolds and members of the dais. That concludes our en banc today. I appreciate everyone that tuned in.